yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. Open your eyes. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself.
As children we learn the true meaning of being a hero. Being a hero requires great sacrifice for others, not just ourselves. We learned about the heroes of Jamaica's past and how much of themselves and their lives they had to give in building a nation we should be proud to call home. They believed in a Jamaica that was more than just a country, more than just an island, more than land surrounded by water. They believed in a dream of a free nation of people, a nation built on the foundation of their sacrifices, a nation of many people working as one, a nation that would continue to produce legends and nation builders that serve towards that vision. As children, we were also taught the national pledge, a solemn promise, an undertaking. I would like to believe Sir Hugh Sherlock, while writing this pledge, understood the vision and dreams of our heroes. It's clear being a hero is too much to ever ask any one citizen. Luckily, the pledge does not require heroics of any of us. It merely asks that we honor our heroes by striving to advance our nation and ultimately inspire the world, like they and many Jamaicans have done. It's important we remember those words. These words. Before God and all mankind, I pledge love and loyalty of my heart, the wisdom and courage of my mind, the strength and vigor of my body in service of my fellow citizens. I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood, and peace, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. If you are like me, a Jamaican born and raised on this land, maybe you will remember saying those words, singing that song in a classroom or some general assembly. If so, like me, you made a pledge. Somehow it seems like many of us have forgotten that. The crime and violence, the indiscipline and short-sightedness, the corruption, the lack of respect for our beautiful lands we are blessed with, and the waters that surround and nurtures us. We have to do better. Let us honor our heroes so that they would not have sacrificed so much in vain. I hope this video can make a difference to even one soul. If so, it would all be worth it. If you feel the way I do, share it. May my voice become yours. Thanks for watching.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Let's begin. Well, we have started with that fitting tribute to our heritage, our culture, our piece of this world. And we will continue with the words of Malcolm X, who said, "Without education, you are not going anywhere in this world." And that is so true. And you will remember that being educated doesn't mean only formally educated. Formal education is just one way of being educated. But we have some of our folks who have never seen the inside of a university, and yet they can hold their own against any university graduate. Big up on yourself. Now today, as voters, and I say this in recognition of Miss Jeanette Calder from JAMP. She brought this to our attention more vividly than anyone I could ever think of. She described us as voters, owners, financiers, and employers. And we truly are. We truly run a company called Jamaica. And we are going to hold our board of directors accountable for violating spending and reporting rules. And you know what I'm talking about. Reporting has to do with the Integrity Commission, statutory declaration. Spending has to do with procurement. It has been years since we had an accountability meeting. And as a result, the issues have become many and varied. And we are to be blamed for that. But today, we are going to explore whether we should keep the board. And that board is the cabinet and by extension, the government of Jamaica. Whether we should keep the board and remain a country living on the promise of prosperity, or rid ourselves of these individuals and hire new people to manage our affairs. Interestingly, the board members are acutely aware of our disapproval of their behavior. And for the last 6 to 9 months, they have cut more ribbons than the Governor General. They have participated in grand openings that we know will become grand closings with the passage of time. The time has come. The time has arrived for the accounting to begin. And that's today. Let me start with producer Joan, see what she has for us. Turn a blind eye to corruption and you lose sight in your other eye. You know, I thought of another one last night, and I'll share it with you. I don't know if Joan has it up there, but it's, I have it written down here. This was like in the wee hours of the morning. This was like around 3 o'clock this morning. And I'm burning the midnight oil or the 3 o'clock oil, going through a whole bunch of laws and regulations. And this came to mind. Promise prosperity. Deliver poverty. and then blame the bloggers. I don't know what you think about that, but that thought captivated me at 3 this morning, and I decided to put it on paper. Okay. Here's the agenda. We're going to try and do 3 things today. 110 reasons why an audit and a surcharge action should be initiated against Minister DARYL Vaz and the cabinet. 20 reasons, at least, why Prime Minister Andrew Holness should be charged for breaching the Integrity Commission Act and the Corruption Prevention Act. We're going to incorporate the 3rd agenda item in the first 2. Actually, in the first, we're going to incorporate it in 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 4, sorry. And the 4th is the missing $200 million that was allocated for the rural school bus program in 2017. So we have some interesting topics, or as we say, some interesting lectures to deliver today. Our panelists, it's yours truly, Kevin Wayede, head boy, may or may not join us because he's otherwise occupied. Our guest today, and forgive, they should be guests, but that's fine. The people of Jamaica, all of you, brothers and sisters alike, family, friends, neighbors, all of you, you are our guest today. And by the way, consider this a shareholders meeting, and we're going to decide the fate of the board members. And I'm going to give you adequate reasons as to why we should remove or replace the board members. And our second guest is Haile Mikael Kojo. He's a candidate, a third-party candidate in this upcoming general election. A brother, a friend, a supporter. So he wanted to come on to say a few words. And of course, we simply cannot say no to our brother. While I'm talking to you, I'm looking to see if he's here, but he's not yet. I don't see Kevin, but usually Kevin would have something to say about engagement norms. I don't see, maybe he will still have something to say when he comes on, but we'll swing by that. Oh, there he is. Our first African proverb: if you think you are too small to make a difference, you haven't spent the night with a mosquito. That's so true. Some of us who used to live near the dump, you know, Kevin, like me, near Riverton dump, and the mosquitoes them come across Spanish Town Road. And I tell you, we stop mosquito destroyer, we do everything to try and get rid of them. And that is so true, because you hear them in the night, you know, you can't sleep.
Yes, man.
In addition to them, I bite you up, you know. So
The singing, mosquito orchestra.
yeah, you know. Here's one that I truly like. It's easier to fool people than to convince them that they have been fooled. It is true. It is easier to believe that. And it's easier to do. Well, our job is to convince them that they have been fooled. And I suspect that most of you here, if not all of you, you don't need any convincing that the wool has been pulled over our eyes for a long, long time. And we've taken off the scales, we've removed the veil. And so we're going to have a serious discussion today, now that everything has been laid bare in front of us. I love this one, Kevin. I wish I could never get tired of this one. The truth will set you free, but first it's going to make you miserable. And throwing out a message to our monitors. Do not give a second thought to any disruption. The first time somebody comes on in the chat and they start up with their nonsense, you know what to do. Enough said. Let me see what else. Let's see. All right. Let me move this. Kevin, welcome. Anything you want to say before we jump into the thing?
Yeah, man. Greetings and salutations, everybody. Much love always. A couple of things. It is important that we support that which is doing things, those who are doing things in the community, entities doing things in the community. And support comes in various forms. One of the agencies doing things in the community is the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. And it's important that we visit the website, click on that little donate button, and if every week you can give a $2, everybody that is on, everybody that you invite on, just ask them to click on there and just give a $2. Why I say that? Simply because it takes money to get the things done that we're passionate about. It takes money to take individuals to court. It takes money to get these documents printed and signed. It takes documents to send. It takes money to send off certain documents. It is important. It takes money to run the whole operation. It's a non-for-profit. So every dime you give has to be accounted for. And just like you just heard Will say, this is a shareholders meeting. In the very same way, the individuals who are management of OJLDF are answerable to those who donate. Literally, everybody. So once you say, hey, I want to know what my money is doing, I need a report, you're going to need to get it. That's how the 501c3s work. And so it's important that in order for them to work, that we do our part. And if you can set up even a standing order, $2 every week, it helps to make things happen as it relates to bringing the information that you need, as it relates to holding accountable those that are in place to represent us. And for those who are of the opinion that the reason with Rattigan broadcast is recruited by any political party, first, you can go ask whichever political party you think recruited the broadcast. You can go ask them first. You don't have to ask us over here. You can go ask them first. And then you can come and ask us or tell us what them say. Or you can present to us and anybody else the facts that you have that support the recruiting of the Reason with Rattigan broadcast. So when you do that, or when you can do that, then you can go anywhere and make a statement. Nareen, I just thank you for reminding me about this color thing. You know, sometimes you see us wearing some colors on this broadcast and you're of the opinion that it is in support of a particular thing. Let me tell you something. We'll have green shirts. And if you put on one right now, all you see is his head. Why? Because that background that you see behind him isn't really there. It's a green screen. Now, it is called a green screen simply because it's green. So if you want to say that he's a supporter of any particular party, then you'd have to say he's a supporter of the Green Party, because every week he has a green screen behind him. And guess what? I have one too. This here is a green screen. If I take off my image now, I can show you what it looked like. because of software that we use to give us the background that we want. So this was just a moment of education for anybody that is saying political party, recruit, whomever, and you see us wearing certain colors and believe that it is a sign. No, you are deceived also. Don't get it twisted. People over here wear clothes that have color because them like them clothes, not because they're support of any particular party. If you want to do that, that's fine. I'm not doing it, and I can tell you Will is not doing it either. In that same vein, I want those who feel that we are in support of a particular party and those members of that party that feel comfortable to know that the same stick will stick sheep, stick goat. So it doesn't really matter which party you represent or which party you support. If you're in representational politics and you represent the people of Jamaica, you're subject to everything that you see happening right now. What is happening to the current administration will happen to you, whether you become the future administration or the continuing administration. It doesn't really matter. Anything that you see happening here is liable to happen to you. So if you have skeletons in your closet, I suggest you change to a different house. Don't let those skeletons be associated with you, because we're going to find them. I'm going to present them to the people. So I wanted to make those things very, very, very clear. Those of you that are on YouTube, do support the analytics by clicking the live. Again, this helps to contribute to the program and the movement. These things, again, are important. I can't stress it enough. Those of you that are commenting, understand the monitors have been given a mandate. I'm not in full support of the mandate, but them get a mandate. Because I want those that come and have something negative to say to be able to listen. But of course, they don't have to be on commenting to listen. So the people that have the mandate to do what they need to do will do it. And they will do it swiftly. Be ye warned. And so with that, I'll say right after this broadcast, we get to kick off our shoes, we'll work up a sweat, and have some musical stew with the Saturday stew at 8 o'clock on Reggae Global Radio. So it's reggaeglobalradio.com. Those of you who are already listening on that platform, you don't have to go anywhere. You stay right there, and boom, we'll have some fun when we're done. Rebel, thank you, sir.
Yes, Mr. Stew, thank you very much for your comment, sir. It's funny you mentioned colors, because I just want the people to know that my favorite rugby team is the South African Springboks, and their color is green. And at one time, you remember, I wore it, and you couldn't see me. You see, just meant
Yeah.
Yeah, you couldn't do it with the green screen and green. You won't see anything, you know. So, and then my baseball team is Baltimore Orioles, and then we're orange. So,
right.
But here's the thing: at the end of the day, Kevin, nobody's buying clothes and put on your back or my back, you know. So we buy what we want, and we wear what we want, and we wear in the color we want.
Exactly.
To wear. And I'm going to read before we launch into the program, or just as we launch it. I'm going to read you something that a dear, dear, dear friend of mine sent to me. Very, very touching. I have to read it to all of you as we approach that huge event called election. I have to get it to you. Now, relax with the Rebel tonight. There will be no program tonight, as I will be torn between kick off my shoes and listen to Kevin Stew, and then view the discussion between the current board members and those eager to replace them. And we're talking about the debates, the government and the opposition tonight. And I anticipate a lively event. So please, you can jump between broadcasts. Kevin Stew, although you know Kevin, I'm a stablemate, I'm going to tell you, support Kevin. I will be supporting Kevin, but I'll keep one eye go up on the other side of the thing there, the screen, to see what's going on. Easy Like Sunday tomorrow. we're going to cancel that program too because of tonight's programs, Kevin, and the
Debate.
the board, the debate. I didn't even want to use that word, but there you go. So we'll move the ATI and Magnitsky tutorial to next week, Sunday, which gives me enough time because this week, believe me, I was swamped with so many videos, so many laws, regulations. I mean, I was constantly on the phone. I think I was sleeping, Kevin. I was averaging like maybe 2.5 hours a night. Last night, I got three. I got 3 last night. So I went to bed at 4. Yeah, I overslept. Yeah. I went to bed at 4 and got up at 7. So come reason with Rattigan, the Wednesday show. I just want to say another great show. Thanks to Dr. Ben and all of you, the wonderful group of supporters. And also, of course, I have to big up the lady, producer OT. Make a shout out some greetings. There's some people who are in need of prayer. Believe me, folks, I've been in touch with some of them, and they really need to be touched. Really need to be touched. Papa Trevor, Mapi was in the hospital. She's out now. So touch base with you later, Mapi. Bonnie Jump, brethren, Joanna Marie, Mrs. Nelson, Bobby D'Souza, Mr. Baxter, Sassy Diva, Raleigh, get well soon, brethren. Get well soon. May have you in my prayers. And Roland, the valiant one. Big up the production crew. I know a production crew, Kevin's a production crew of 1, but it might as well have been 1 million because our production crew, no ramp, no skin teeth. our production crew, they're on point. And of course, you know we have a big up producer Joan.
Right?
Yeah, producer Joan. I know, by wonderful woman, you know. So just to make everybody know, I'm surrounded by women, you know. Well, I don't want to think Kevin is a woman. Kevin is not a woman, but I'm surrounded by women during the week. All of this that you see coming on a Saturday is, we can attribute it to them because I just show up. That's all I do. Kevin and I would just show up. On Saturday mornings, we get one chance to run our mouth with producer Joan. And she asks Kevin, I'm making breakfast and while I'm put things up and all of that. So it's always a fun time for us because the 3 of us we get together on a Saturday morning and then, you know, we just knock it out. So I just want to big up all of the ladies around me and let people know that. And there was a lady who told me a long time ago, and she said, you don't really need no only man around you, you need strong women around you. And thank God I have them around me. And then also, Kevin, we can't forget our strong women who are moderators. Can't forget them, you know. So I just want to take this time to just thank all.
And Joe Blogs.
Joe Blogs, yeah. One thank all of you, men and women, men and women who have helped us in many, many, many ways that we can't even count to get us to where we are right now. And I look forward to even bigger things in the future. So there we go. Now, what I'd like to do at this point is, and for those of you just joining us, I came up with a slogan last night. I was reading some things and I came up with it. It says, promise prosperity, deliver poverty, and then blame the bloggers. So that's where we are. I want to read you something and I want to play a video. I'm not sure if I should play the video first or what I'll do is let me play the video first, Kevin. You've all seen this video, but we're coming up to a very, very critical time of our lives, political and otherwise. And so I want to play this and I'm going to read you something. And then we launch into the program. Here we go.
Story about a big man who died and went to the other side. On that day, God had decreed that whoever arrives must choose where to go, whether heaven or hell. So this man was excited. He demanded to visit hell first. And he got into something which looked like a lift, and he went down to hell. When the doors opened, things were glorious. The devil had no tail. The devil had no horns. He even met his friends. They were healthy, eating well, drinking well, making merry. Then it was time up, and he then demanded to be taken to heaven. In heaven, the picture was nice. Angels floating around, good music, the Lord Almighty presiding and reigning supreme. Finally, he was asked, what's your choice? Because you are not going to be judged. There's no judgment today. Judge for yourself. He thought, you know, these bishops have been telling lies and spoiling the name of the devil. The devil is a very fine man. He looks after his people. Now all these imams in the mosque making noise, saying Satan, Satan. This man is not bad at all. And in any case, heaven seems to be overrated. As a matter of fact, it's a bit boring. That was the debate in his head. So when the angel asked him to choose, he said, I have chosen that I'll go to hell, now that I've seen it with my own eyes. And the angel said, get into the lift. He got into the lift, and it took him down, but when the doors opened, things had changed. The place looked like a desert. His friends were wearing dirty clothes. They were eating from the garbage pit, and the devil was now complete in his devilish regalia. The tail was out, the horns were out, and he was carrying a whip. So he tiptoed towards the devil and said, excuse me, sir, you remember me, don't you? I was here the other day. You surely remember me. And Lucifer said, go to hell, I don't remember you. What do you have to say anyway? He said, you know, the other day things were very nice here. Things have been changed for the worse today. What's happening? The devil said, I'm sorry, my friend. The day you came, we were campaigning. So, now, therefore, we need to tell our people to know that there's life after campaigns. Okay. Thank you very much.
There is life after campaign. And there's a lot of campaigning going on now, people. And I just need you to understand that there is life after campaign. And if the life that you foresee is the same life that you've been living prior to the campaign, I'm going to read you something that the third member of our production team sent to me. I just read it, and it's well written, needless to state, but it's also it goes to the heart and the soul of what we're doing, what we have been doing, and what we're going to do today. Without further ado, here it is. It's entitled Rattigan's Declaration of Truth and Power. Listen carefully, people. Listen carefully. Ancestors, guardians of our destiny, Nanny's drum, Sharp's fire, Bogle's cry, your voices still call us to stand unbroken. You bore the weight of bondage, yet carved freedom's path, kindling a light that guides us now as we choose Jamaica's tomorrow. Let conscience be our compass, truth our ink, integrity our seal. Let no silver tongue or sidelong deal outbid the hungry child, the waiting patient, the worker's wage. We vote not for colors, but for covenant. Schools that teach, clinics that heal, buses that serve the people, budgets that balance with justice, contracts signed in sunlight, not in shadows. If power forgets the people, may the people remember power belongs to them. If leaders break their word, may our X be the quiet thunder that restores it. Ancestors, walk beside us to the booth. Steady the hand, clear the sight, strengthen the will, so when the counting's done, Jamaica can say, We chose the harder right over the easier wrong. And after the cheers, keep us faithful to watch, to question, to hold to account, until freedom is not a promise, but a practice. Production team, I want to thank you for that. Very, very profound. Very profound indeed. You know what, Kevin? I get, there's another person. Another person who sends me stuff. We have discussions all the time. And he sent me something that I promised to read, and I haven't sent me several things I promised to read, and I haven't read any of them, but here's one.
Rock back in your chair a little bit. Okay, there you go. You came back into focus.
All right, here's one that I find very profound as well. It reads, I am who I am. And I think you know who we're talking about. I am who I am, a pure breed man for all seasons. Look how far me I come from Bordeaux to Big O's. I am the demolition man. I don't like to lick down people building, but I will drive a bulldozer through them. I am the bounty hunter. I don't want to kill. I don't want to kill you, but I must. I am the fortune seeker. I wasn't born with a gold spoon in my mouth, and I don't know what one looks like. But now me can't open it without one of them a drop out. I am the aspiring man. I am not a Toponaris. No matter how hard I try, they won't let me be. I am the man much titled. I certainly have never behaved entitled. But look how many property and titles may have now. I am the rumor man. I have never spread a rumor on anyone, but many of the rumors they have spread about me are true. I am the honest man. I don't tell lie on people, but I lie to people, institutions, and commissions. I am the action man. Body tight and firm, sexy can't done. Run the whole day, no sleeping, none tall. Straight walk. I am who I am. Folks, keep them coming. Yes, indeed, Kevin. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right. Look, we're both out now, people. Here we go. Let me bring down. Where is Jeanette? Oh, here she is. Before we get into Jeanette Calder, listen to this.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
That man was speaking from his heart. That man meant every word he said. And that man spoke the truth. I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Words uttered by a politician. And we've seen those words manifest themselves in how we have been treated as a people by our servants. And we're going to talk about some servants today and what they've done to us. We're going to talk about some employees and what they've done to us as the employers. We've talked about how they have ruined our finances on projects that are befuddling at best. You scratch your head, and even when you want to give them the benefit of the doubt, you can't. Let's go.
I'm not just a citizen of Jamaica. As a citizen, it's telling you where you belong. I am more interested in looking at this problem through the lens of an owner. It is actually true that all that money in the bank belongs to us. All the government's assets that the Auditor General is talking about, this thing named government, is really the people's. That's the first thing. I'm an owner. The second thing is I have to look at it through the lens, not just of a voter. Yes, I said there's an election coming up. That election is actually a hiring mechanism. I am employing 63 public officials who have to step aside, and we have to revisit who. So if I'm employing them, that makes me what? An employer. As an employer, I don't have the responsibility of a voter. A voter has one thing they have to do really almost every 4 to 5 years, dip your finger. But an employer has to be paying attention what? Far more often than that. And the last thing is, I am not just a taxpayer. A taxpayer is the person who Parliament write a law and say, you have to give me this. I see it as I am a financier, because everything that the government is going to do, I am financing it, and I want a return on my money, because that is what a financier wants. So Jeanette and the team at JAMP sees themselves as owners, employers, and financiers. So when I'm a financier and I hear that Barita or whoever is fooling around with my money, I'm going to hold somebody to account. How are the citizens going to do this? How are you going to make your voice heard? There are many ways. And call me the fool that I be, but I've been paying attention to governance in Jamaica for 15 years. And I sat every single time the people of Jamaica lean in and say, it nah go so. It does not go so. So who is really at fault here? Is it the employee, the 63 parliamentarians, or the employers? They are waiting for us to lean in on this matter. And there are several ways to do it. And I'm just going to share with you one way that JAMP has come up with. What people don't understand, and you're young in this thing as a politician, I said, but I've had politicians, one in particular who has been in this
Teach me.
a long time. And I'm afraid to say, I sit down having a drink with him at Acropolis one day. And he said to me, Jeanette, the people think we don't listen enough. We listen and we watch everything. I said, really? Him say, yeah, man. You think we don't watch it? You call a call-in show, we are listening. You write the editor, we are listening. You only think we're not listening. So I'm saying to the Jamaican people, find any way you're comfortable to raise your voice. But JAMP has come up with a way which I think ISAT could be a game changer. And I'd like to ask Will if he could just put.
Many of you have seen that several times. But I'd like you to think about it. Think about the role you play. I just don't want you to see it as something that makes you feel a little empowered to know. I need you to look at it as something that will give you full empowerment to act. It's one thing to listen, another thing to process, and another thing to act. Before we go any further, we are joined by our brother, Haile Michael Kojo. Brethren, I can't see you. Turn on your camera, please. Can you hear us? Let me put him on. Can you hear me?
But if you're over 60, there's something important you should know.
Are you hearing me?
Yes.
I'm hearing you clearly. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you.
We're hearing you, but we're not seeing you, and whatever device in the background
the picture should be up.
Kind of loud.
I don't know why the camera not up. Let me get it up.
And turn off whichever device in the background.
You have a noise in the background?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're hearing a device. I don't know if it's a TV, radio, or what.
Yeah, we're somebody talking about blood vessels.
All right, give me a second.
Constrain the brain's delicate blood vessels, increasing your risk for mini strokes, abnormal heart rate, and over time. It doesn't mean you have to give up coffee.
That works.
Yeah, is that better now?
Much better.
Yeah, shut the door.
All right. Can you turn on the camera or you can't?
Yeah, trying to do that. I don't see why it's not coming up.
All right. While you face that challenge, let's talk. because time is at a premium and everybody is here waiting to see what we're going to do in terms of the buses and in terms of our Prime Minister, what's going on with him.
Ah, boy.
Okay,
I
don't
don't know.
worry
Anyway,
about it. Kojo, don't worry about it.
All right. Kojo,
yes.
here's what I'd like you to do. Do a quick introduction to the people. I know you, and a lot of people here know you, but some people don't. And we want to make sure that everyone knows who you are because you're a very important man at all times, but particularly now because you were recently nominated to participate in the upcoming election. So I'd like you to just take a few minutes. Just tell us quickly, who are you?
Okay. As you say, highly Mikhail Kojo. I live here in Westmoreland, Eastern, Belmont District, Bluefield Sphere since October 2020, October 2001. That's when I came here. And I've been involved in the life of the community, the constituency, the parish, doing PE and sport at primary schools as a volunteer itinerant PE and sport teacher. I've been journalist with Western Mirror, Vibes FM, Jamaica Observer. I've even done work with IRFM. I'm a community person involved in youth clubs, president, secretary, and I've been doing what needs to be done in terms of developing the communities. Where I live, there's no paved road, it's a dirt road. We have had since 2002 sent 3 petitions to NWC for water and to the water minister as well. Ministers, because about 4 of them we sent petitions to, and we still have got no redress in that respect. Also, we were promised by one former MP to have electricity through our community after we contacted the JPS, and they said, okay, and they did a survey and a design and all of that, and still nothing. So we see shortcomings even with the former councillor not doing things that we ask him to do in respect to all of this. We have the matter of the playfield development here in Belmont. I'm talking from home. This is where I'm at. These are things that affect the entire constituency, and I assured other parts of the country. Because there's also a large squatter community, one that was promised titles, and because that land was surveyed, but still nothing done. And I've even helped them with petitions as well, and phone calls to UDC and visits to UDC, and still nothing. So seeing all of this thing and hearing the councillor saying, he has to wait on the MP to do certain things, which I know is not making sense because the local government ministry has a different mandate from the central government. Central government passes law in parliament and does some other things in the constituency with the constituency development fund. But the parish council, local government, they're in charge of social water, markets, parks, garbage collection and distribution. And so how can they be saying that you have to wait on the MP to do certain things? They also have some roads, like our road. It's a parochial road. So he has no excuse. So that's the reason why I decided to run in the 2012 local government election. And I would say our projects have been sabotaged because of that stance. Nonetheless, we press on and we ran the 2016 general elections and the local government elections, 2 since that, and the 2020 general, and now we are in the 2025. And at this time, we now have a better platform in that we have we the people proposed Constitution of Republic Jamaica that has been a public document since July 26, 2021, when I sent the first draft to Parliament, asking them to let us look at it and see how it can help to move the country forward. Instead, they all ignored it, and the Prime Minister went ahead in January 2022 to form the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs to, as it says, fulfill his government's aspiration to make Jamaica become a republic. Now, where did he get that idea from? In 2022 January, after I sent this document to him, saying the same thing in 2021 July. We can do the maths and see who is where, So this is the platform that I'm working off, and I'm telling the people, all I just described that to you a while ago about the social issues in our community affects other areas, I'm sure, of not just the constituency, but the country at large. And this document can deliver good governance. And that's what we are about.
Kojo, how is you said that the platform has improved, or it's been refined over the years. Tell us about the support. Has that improved over the years?
All right. The support is growing. In 2020, I got 38 votes. And in 2016, it was somewhere about that, 35 thereabout. But now, if what the people are saying on the ground, to me, as I go around the constituency since nomination day, and even before nomination day, I've been having public political question and answer sessions at various spots in the community. I'm seeing a bigger turnout on my behalf, on behalf of we the people. Because the people here know, some of them, yesterday, a young lady who I taught at primary school, saying she's going to vote for me. So they know what it is that I'm capable of doing and what they have done based upon what they have seen me do from before. Also, it is important to understand that many of these people have land issues, employment issues, and just fed up with this corrupt system that we have facilitated by the 1962 Constitution, which allows things that we see happening in Parliament happen. Parliamentarians giving themselves a raise of pay, massive raise of pay. Parliamentarians not holding themselves accountable, even though they pass law that said they should be to be held accountable. You know, things like these. So, no fixed election date, no real economic development. We have solar. Our good friend here, Dr. John Lennon, he told us about the solar system, and he has put it to Parliament, to government since 2015, and they have been ignoring it. Well, this renewable energy industry is the economic base, the main economic base for this We the People proposed Constitution of Republic Jamaica that I am using as my manifesto. Because I've revised it 18 times since July 26, 2021. And as I said, the people are gravitating towards what I'm saying because this they realize is a real serious avenue to get what needs to be done. They know that I'm not a general, I'm not a trickster. I suffer just like them. You know, and I'm as much as I'm from St. Anne, I've been here since 2001. Taught many of them, their children, taught them themselves. I know some of those who I taught are now mothers and fathers themselves. You know? So
Okay.
I'm seeing a good support. And I can only tell you people, I was given this job by our eternal Father. If you think it's a joke or I'm making up a story, you ask him. I'm sure we all go to church. Many people go to church or go to some tabernacle or go to some place or worship somehow a higher power. So ask the higher power if Haile Mikhail Kojo is talking the truth when he says he got this information to do this job from our eternal Father.
Okay. Let's say you're successful. How do you plan to transfer that power to getting the things done in your community, considering that you're going to be vastly outnumbered? How will you leverage that one vote? Or will you leverage that one vote?
How would I leverage the one vote, you said?
Yes.
You mean my vote?
Yes.
As I told the community, I have one vote, and it's a bright light. I'm putting it up on the table, on the top shelf, to light the room. So this is what they're seeing now. And I'm saying, send me to Parliament, and you will see the representation that I have pledged, committed myself to. I start these meetings with the national anthem, the national pledge, and the national song for schools. and I end it in reverse order to let the people know that this is my commitment, this is my pledge to our country, and that they all should stand. You know, I was in White House last week on Saturday, and when I started the event and I said, this event starts now, the national anthem of Jamaica, there was a lady across the road sitting on a box, a bear box, waiting for a transport. And when she heard me say the national anthem of Jamaica, she stood at attention. That was a very big boost for me, you know. So these are the things that I'm saying. We have this vote. I'm not wasting it, either by not voting for someone less competent than me, or by selling my vote, which people are asking me already for as much as $20,000 to pay them to vote for me. Apparently, they may be getting that someplace, or that is the going rate nowadays. I don't know. But I'm telling them that's a criminal act. All you need to do is go out and vote for someone. And in this case, I am that someone. There are 4 political parties contesting this seat and 2 independents, of which I'm one. And none of them have a program like unto what I have put forward. Not by my own instrumentality, mark you. But our eternal Father gave me the resources to make this thing happen for the benefit of Jamaica. So this is what I'm telling the people. And I'm inviting them to look on our YouTube channel, We the People Republic JA. Download the document from our We the People Republic JA Facebook page. They can ask for it on WhatsApp 1-876-225-1163 or email We the People Republic JA at gmail.com. We are also on Instagram and TikTok. And I'm seeing some very encouraging, also cynical comments coming on the TikTok post and the Instagram post. But we expect that, we are going to have some people negative in the whole system, because after all, only 35% voted in the last election. In here in Westmoreland Eastern, 65% stayed at home, shunning the process. I'm saying to you, get out and vote Haile Mikhail Kojo, Member of Parliament. X beside the star. That's the symbol I'm using. All right? No need to stay away.
So you said, just one quick question, Kevin. You said we when you refer to the party. How many members do you have? And is your party planning to contest more than just one seat?
The concept?
No, I said that you mentioned the word we in reference to your party. So I'm asking you, how many members do you have, and are you planning to contest more than one seat?
I keep getting that question, and the answer is, I am the chairman of this committee. Our eternal Father is the CEO, and everyone who helps along the way, the member of the committee. I don't have 10, 5, 3 people sitting around a table with me deciding how to go about the next move. As I am inspired, I seek people who I am authorized to go to. Like, this program is coming on this evening. I asked you if I could be on the show. You already put out your agenda, but you accommodated me. I put out a response to the Jamaica Debates Commission debate for tonight about social issues. I asked them if I could be in the debate. They said no, because they are catering for political parties who want seats. Nonetheless, I know that I'm representing the majority of Jamaica. So I put out a video. But when I wrote the script, I asked someone who I know has understanding about these things to vet it. And then I put out the video. So these are the ways I go about doing things. It's not me, as I would say, 20 people sitting around a table. But all those people are around the table. Somebody called me and said, oh, we see you on TV in an advertisement being run by the government for constitutional change. And then because of that information, I was able to do something else to make sure that we keep in line. So people are helping along the way. I don't have all the money that has been spent so far on the campaign, but people contribute. People don't know it because they know this the importance of what I'm doing, and they know that it's money well spent.
Okay.
So that's how it works.
All right. Kevin?
The question is asked, Gojo, that considering that you sound like quite the advocate for the community, why is it that you believe that you're capable of becoming an MP? Have you been successful at working in the community as a councillor?
No, I was never a councillor, but I've been successful in running football programs, netball programs in terms of primary school. I've taught many students how to play netball, and they have gone successfully to become high school students, netballers. I have in 2009, 2010, that academic year, I did PE and sport in CSEC as a PE teacher recommended that I should do. And I used volleyball as my SBA. Now, this was the first volleyball competition being staged in Jamaica for primary level students. No matter who else you hear saying whatever else, this is documented fact. At the time, Major Warrington Dixon of the JDF, he was the Java, Jamaica Volleyball Association president, and he came to Holly Hill Primary and Infant School up in the Darlington area to witness the event and made a speech and helped with the presentation of prizes. And then he took it national, and it has been a national event since then, except since COVID, it has dwindled. We are planning to resurrect it now, the DARYL Volleyball Championship for primary schools in Westmoreland. Education Building Officer Darren Lee, he's the one who sponsored from that time up to now for the Westmoreland program. So people know that I am here. When on radio station Vibes FM, we used to go to football matches along with the team, Michael Hype and others, and we presented ourselves properly. So I am known not only in Eastern Westmoreland, but the entire Westmoreland. They know me and they know my quality. Okay, I know that I've stopped wearing shoes because I've been instructed by our Eternal Father to take the shoe off in March. And then the Prime Minister said their road to Republic crashed. He said that in April. So people know that it's not mad, I'm getting mad. But they understand that it's the work being taken to a higher level by going down closer to the earth. So I'm encouraging people in Westmoreland Eastern, send me to Parliament so that we can get the job of making Jamaica be a dignified place. It's difficult for me to hear we being classed as corrupt country, and that we are in the top 10 highest electricity rate in the whole world when we have so much sunshine here, and this brilliant proposal from Dr. John Lennon about renewables, not just for ordinary electricity, but for things like manufacturing, recycling, school buses, electric school buses, water pumping from underground. So much things we can do with electricity, and it's cheap, and it repays itself. Repays itself within 3 to 4 years. Minister at the time, 2012, Philip Parkway, he came to Parliament and said he took his house off the grid, JPS grid. And that in the next 3 or 4 years, he would have paid for the system and be able to sell JPS current. So why can't we do that? We can do that. So immediately, street lights powered by solar in every community, that's what I'm proposing. I'm putting forward to be done immediately by me. The JPS, I'm sure, has the numbers as to where the street lights are in which community. So we can get from them that information and know how many panels we need, how many posts we are going to put up, and if we are going to put more and more posts.
Okay.
And then the matter of public buildings in the constituency, schools, clinics, post offices, police stations, solarize them as well. Save that money. Use that savings to fix roads. This is not rocket science. This is just basic understanding of how the community needs to be developed and how it can be developed as long as there's a political will. And that's what I'm about, for community development.
All right. Well, look, we're happy to have you. It's another voice on the political landscape, and so you are presenting a view that is not traditional, but it speaks to certain people, especially on the community level. You live in the community, you see what's going on, and you've decided to take up the mantle and fight for the people. So we have to big you up for that, and we wish you all the best in your endeavors. We'll be watching carefully as you go through, as you make the rounds, and try and get the message out to people. And as you know, we're always here for you. So you take care of yourself, my brother. But before I go, Kevin, is there anything you want to say to Kojo?
Okay, thanks very much for having us here on the program, and I apologize for not being able to get visuals. But if you people check the YouTube channel, We the People Republic JA, you'll get information as to where to get the document itself. And also, you may check it on our We the People Republic JA Facebook page. You can download it from there. So thanks again for having us. And on election day, Westmoreland Eastern, X beside the star, we are leading the way for Jamaica to become a real republic by sending one candidate to Parliament who will sign this document and convict the others. The Holy Scripture says one shall chase 1,000. One in Parliament, we only have 62 more to chase. And we shall convince them that this is for the benefit of our country. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. Take care now. Be well. Can I hear you, Kevin?
Oh, just realized I was muted. The journey of 10,000 miles started one step. So,
yeah,
trot on.
All right, folks. Kevin, before we put up the handbook, you can grab because we're going to need you more than ever today, because, folks, I'm telling you, I'm looking up at the screen here, and just for one of the tabs, I think we may have, I don't know,
too
50,
many.
60. Too many. And so we were having a discussion today as to what should go first, what should go second, and then some of the things they bleed into another area. And so we're thinking, well, if you do this, then you might prematurely start talking about something that you want to talk about later on. So it's been rough, but this is just the state of affairs in Jamaica, that everything seems to bleed into each other, and then on top of that, bloodletting, you have a lot of corruption. So if you talk about corruption, it's going to take you all over the place. So we were trying to kind of focus on certain areas. And so if you find us skipping and jumping and hopping, please bear with us, because what happens is that I have a very agile mind, and so I'm not disciplined when it comes to that. So we'll say, Kevin, Joan, and I, and our production crew, we'll say, okay, this is what you're going to be doing today. And then once I start talking, and this a spirit does come over me, I'll just say, Kevin, give me something else. And you can see the look sometimes on Kevin's face. Like Kevin said, but wait, we never planned to do it. We never planned to go right. So, Kevin, I apologize. I publicly apologize. So, and I know producer Joan sit down there and she'll say, oh, we're right here too. And not to mention the production crew. The production crew said, I know that me tell you. But it's all good, because we have, there is no shortage of material around here. No shortage of material. Go ahead.
There was one thing I've been meaning to say to you.
Mm-hmm.
Prior to us driving practically off the cliff with this bus issue,
yes,
we were drilling down to some facts and information, and we never really did get to figure out what is really going on with it. And
the drill.
Correct. And as you were mentioning things bleeding over into other things, that's exactly where my mind went back to. Because you have some of the same players involved and some of definitely the same methodologies involved. And these are the two most recent things. And I can't help but wonder, what else? What else was there? And how far down this rabbit hole will we have to go to make things better? For people to see that something has been going on for the longest while, and we need to move past colors and party lines in order for us to collectively get better.
Mm-hmm.
What will it take?
Well, you know, going back to the early point you made about the drill and all of that, and how things, you know, they move, things are fluid. To use a term, Tigo a listener, Tigo know the term fluid, Tigo and Jeffrey. We don't mean it that way either. Right? But things are fluid. And so I'll give you an example. Folks. Like we started talking about the DPP, which is a significant subject, right? Who will be the next DPP? We started with Miss Thompson. Who is Miss Thompson? Miss Thompson is the lady who was the acting DPP last year when the DPP took leave based on the court decision, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there are 4 people shortlisted. Miss Thompson, one of the senior, Jeremy, Keisha, and Miss Pike, right? And we started with Thompson, started going down the number, 9 significant cases that she represented the DPP's office, where she blundered. 9 significant cases. And then we had to stop to shift to something else. And today, if you recall, we were talking about something having to do with the Prime Minister and the corruption prosecutor, who is also on the short list to become DPP. And remember, we were saying she was the one who decided not to prosecute the Prime Minister in the Westcon investigation. She's also the one who decided not to prosecute him with the Scotia accounts that he didn't reveal to the on his statutory declarations to the Integrity Commission. And now here she is vying for the position of DPP. So it bled over. And I remember you were saying, but we really want Goddess. So I remember what producer Jones said to you this morning. You remember what you said? Say if you know the lady. And because you were saying, do we really have to do that story? And Jonas said, wait, Kevin, you know the lady. Why you don't want to talk about her and talk about the things that we know about her? So we have to ask Kevin, you know this lady? Why? You know?
Misunderstanding where I was coming from.
Right.
But so somebody raised a point a while ago. You won't get past party lines and colors if you criticize only one of the 2 main parties. Jermaine, you see, this is where a lot of people get misguided. Nobody is criticizing a party. We're criticizing actions of individuals. And it's not even criticism so much as exposure. And whereas it just so happens that the exposure is of the current administration, because they're the ones doing the things that are out in the public sphere. But if you had been paying attention, you would see where, especially me, ask questions of the opposition. What have you been doing? Because guess what? You're a part of the government also. Where is it that you have stood up in opposition to what is going on and talking out publicly about it? And so it's fair and fine that you have an opinion that it's one-sided. Cool. You stated your opinion. Now come with something that you can contribute positively to this broadcast. I understand your opinion. I appreciate it. Thank you. now come with something that you can contribute. Rebel.
All right. I just got off the phone with a very significant person having to do with the bus. And he's waiting. We're gonna call him. We're gonna ease into the bus thing. He's at home. So you're gonna hear some startling things about the procurement of the buses. So, and I expect another call from a gentleman who's a mechanic who knows a lot about these things. So you're in for a very informative afternoon. Now,
and if the call not working for you, Rebel, send on my number, let them call me, and I'll patch them in.
They can do it. Okay, all right. I'll make sure to do that. Now, while preparing for today's program, I came across this quote here. It says, and I kind of tweaked it a bit. If you allow the ministry, says the government, but it's if you allow the ministry, and you know where we're going with this, we're going to Mr. Vaz's ministry. If you allow ministry to break the law because of a contrived emergency, meaning that something of them just make up, not a real emergency, it will always create an emergency to break the law. I'll read it again. If you allow the ministry to break the law because of a contrived emergency, the ministry, will always create an emergency to break the law. And that's what we are going to show you today. We are going to play Minister Vaz's words, and we didn't splice any tape or own here. We didn't cut anything or AI or whatever. These are his actual words, the actual interview. And if he disputes it, there's a remedy, court. Enough said. Here is, and we played this last week, but we went and we did some digging. We could have some of the stuff we had last week, but we had so much to cover. Here we go. And in fact, before I play that, let me grab my notes. Hold on. Okay. All right, Kevin. I hope you have the finger on the trigger because we're going to go now. We're going. People, sit back, relax, and
put
just
on your helmet and strap on your seatbelt.
Yeah. Put on a double up on the seatbelt and get a ticket. All right, here we go.
Vaz, the role that El Hydra played in the importation process and why they were selected as the logistics facilitator for the buses.
An unsolicited proposal was received from El Hydro.
You hear that? He said an unsolicited proposal was received from El Hydro.
It was evaluated. They clearly showed that they were the manufacturer dealer representative for the two types of buses that we are buying, Blue Bus and Thomas Bus, which are the two major buses that are used in the north.
All right, folks. He said a lot there. Unsolicited proposal, and that El Hydro was the manufacturer dealer representative for Thomas and Bluebird buses. We're going to test what he said. As I said, we're going to fact check him. All right. Now, procurement is governed by the Procurement Act of 2015. It's a law. They amended the law in 2018, and they amended the law again in March of this year. I want you to take notes, people, and follow me, because this bus issue is getting a lot of traction, and I just want to make sure that you're fully informed so that when people come to you trying to convince you that the truth is not the truth, you are prepared. You are prepared to deal with them. Now, let me find the dates here. This is what happens when you have too much things. to deal with. All right. Now, the Public Procurement Act, and this is the act that tells you how government can, issue contracts to buy things, to provide services for you, the people. The Public Procurement Act, this law, was passed in October of 2015. It was amended, meaning it was tweaked, changed a little bit in August of 2018, almost 3 years later. And then it was amended this year, March 2025. Now, one of the critical things you need to find out, you need to know is, when did Minister Vaz get the contract to go out and purchase these buses? That 1.4 billion, when was the ink put on that paper? Was it before March? Because if it's after March, then we're going to use the 2025 amendment to govern his activities. Now, we suspect that it was after March. You know why? Because he said it was an emergency purchase, meaning that we had to do it no. And when we look at the invoice, I think the invoice, correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin, but I think the invoice from the company up in Chicago, I think it's dated, I think it's May. I think it's dated May, if I'm not mistaken.
It was early on.
Yeah, I think it's dated May. We'll get to that somehow. We'll get to that later. But the important thing to remember is that there's this law that governs procurement, buying things, the government buying things to provide a service to you. Now, there are things in this law, or there are things that you think should be in the law, but they're not there. One of them is unsolicited proposals. If you read the Public Procurement Act and the two amendments, you will not find that term in there. If you do find it, please bring it to my attention so that I can be fully corrected. Because I was looking at the law and the two amendments with glazed eyes early this morning, and I just couldn't find the term unsolicited proposal. Now, before the law was passed in 2015, there was something called the Handbook of Public Sector Procurement Procedures. I'll show it to you now. And that was like a guiding light. It was a roadmap to say, if you're going to buy things, government, here are the rules that you need to follow. Now, structurally, how things work, if you don't find something in the law, if the law is silent about certain things regarding procurement, you can go back. You can refer to the handbook and say, okay, it's not in the law, so therefore the handbook will be our guide. But if it's in the handbook and it's in the law governs, because the law supersedes everything prior, before it came into existence. Law supersedes. But if the law is silent, you go to the prior source. Now, he mentioned unsolicited proposal. It's not in the law, but here's where you'll find it. Let me remove this. There you go. Okay, one more. You can see that, Kevin?
Yes, man.
Okay. Here it is, folks. Handbook of Public Sector Procurement Procedures. And if you look at the date, you'll see that it was revised March 2014. And remember what I just told you, that the law came into existence in 2015, right? So that's where we are. Now let's go to, now if you remember, Minister Vaz was saying, Kevin, he was talking about unsolicited proposals, and he was talking about emergency. And so people are kind of confused, like, what is it? What does it mean? Today, we're going to demystify all of that, people, so that you can understand. We're going to make it as plain as day so you can understand. We're going to start with unsolicited proposals. And you see it right here under section 1.2, unsolicited proposals. Right? What does it mean for unsolicited proposal? Here we go. Let me get to it. 1.2. Is it this?
That's 1.14, I think.
Okay. There it is.
There we go. Minimize 1. Yep.
Good.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay. If you can't see it, I'll read it for you folks. It says the government of Jamaica's preferred method of procuring goods, service, and works, of buying anything, is by competitive bidding. And what this means is that, you know, if the government is looking for a particular product, service, whatever, then they wouldn't just give it in general. They wouldn't just give it to me. They would say, oh, you know what? We need Rattigan, we need Kevin, we need Jeffrey, we need this person, that person, and we want them to bid, open bidding on it. That is the preferred way. That is an open bid, and anybody who is registered can submit a bid. Second sentence. However, from time to time, entities may receive unsolicited proposals, and these shall be dealt with in a transparent manner. So from time to time, ministries, agencies, departments, they will receive unsolicited proposals, and these shall be dealt with in a transparent manner. You know what got me, Kevin, was if it's unsolicited, how do you know about it? Because it sounds to me like it's something that would be advertised in some way, shape, or form, but it's not advertised. Correct. So it sounds to me like a brethren tell a brethren, say, listen, we have this thing here going, put in an unsolicited bid. I personally don't like this unsolicited proposal business. No one that's not in the law. The law says two things about proposals. It says, or actually three. It says, one, you can get a direct bid. You can go to one person. I don't remember the exact term, but I'll get to it in a second, where you can offer a bid to just one person. There's another one where I think it's direct, restricted, and general. So direct, I think it's just one person. Restricted, you have to have at least 3 people that you have to give the bid to. You throw it out, and then the lowest bidder or whatever you're looking for. And then the other one is just open bidding. Everybody come in. But these unsolicited proposals, I really don't like it, because this can lead to corruption. Because what it means is that I can just give it to my friend. I can tell my friend, I can just tell my friend, and it's similar to giving the bid to one person. But here, I don't see how you advertise this, and the person just say, look, I know you're looking for buses to buy, and so I'm the guy. Okay, fine. Let's see what you have in terms of qualifications to get the contract. Now it says the proposals should not have been influenced or otherwise initiated by the procuring entity, meaning that in Mr. Vaz's case, his ministry should have nothing to do with El Hydro in terms of influencing or providing this thing to them. That should have never happened, right? That should have never happened. So, and it says the ministry is not obliged to entertain. Now, here's where it gets interesting now, Kevin. Look at this. It says, if Kevin comes to me as the minister and say, give me an unsolicited proposal to buy buses, here's what Kevin must satisfy. Kevin must show that whatever it is that he's selling to me, or he's trying to convince me that I should hire him, it must demonstrate a unique and innovative concept. Now, we know that in the case of Mr. Vaz and the ministry, buying buses is not unique and it's not innovative. And then it says, or, right here, let me get my thing, green, because Kevin said use green. All right, see it right there, sir? Or you demonstrate a unique capability, meaning that only you can do this. You have a unique concept, or only you can do it. Now, we know that buying used vehicles in Jamaica is not unique. It's not unique. We have, what, over 100 used car dealers. So, El Hydro, they're not in a position where they can say, we're uniquely qualified to do this. Second one is they must offer a concept or service not otherwise available to the government. Now we know not otherwise available to the government. That wouldn't be true because we have over 100, as I said, we have over 100 used car dealers at the government's disposal. The government could say, open up the bid and say, all of you come in and bid on this contract. And I want you to keep something in mind right here. And it says, and right here. So what happens is that you must have one of these two. You must demonstrate a unique and innovative concept, or you have a unique capability. And that concept or service is not available to the government, and it does not resemble the substance of a recent, current, or pending competitive tender. Meaning that it doesn't resemble anything that the government recently did. So if the government recently imported vehicles, then guess what? It resembles it. So Minister Vaz brought in JUTC buses.
Correct.
So El Hydro wouldn't qualify under this because they wouldn't qualify because it's not unique, it's not a concept, right? So it would be the second part of this. It would be, they would have to say it's this, a unique capability. And that unique capability would be to say, I am the one with the links overseas that can bring in used vehicles, particularly the buses. Would be that. And no one else can offer this service to you, Prime Minister Holness, and your government. Nobody can do this. And you haven't imported any buses or any, vehicles to be used by the government. That's how you'd qualify. I submit to you, brothers and sisters, El Hydro does not qualify. But hear what it says. It says may be considered. Okay. So let's go on a little bit further. It says the proposal should be comprehensive and it should include background information on the company and its owners, as well as its performance history in the execution of what? Similar projects. So El Hydro would have to show that they have been involved in importing used buses in the country.
Correct.
All right. Now here is where it gets really tricky for El Hydro. It says, in submitting an unsolicited proposal, El Hydro must present a bid outlining the following: the scope of work, the rationale, the methods to accomplish the goal, the qualifications, this one here is, and the level of funding. They'd have to show all of that. And they said, now, once they've done that, the government would have three options. One is, no, this is nonsense. El Hydro has never been involved in the used automobile business, and so we're not even going to consider it. Two, they can engage them in a price test, but that's only if they do it by competitive bidding, meaning that they have other people bidding. Or three, which is what they did, enter into this one here, enter into a direct negotiation with El Hydro. This one right here. That's what they did. Now, I hope everybody on the everybody understands what just took place. And here is the last part I want to show you. When HOLNESS provide that info, when they provided that information, the government should have said, okay, now we are going to assess the merits of your proposal to see whether or not that make any sense, right? That's one. And then they also, and you see what it says, and. So that's a conjunction. It's two, it's not or, it's and, both of them. And identify whether the proposal put forward by HOLNESS offers a new concept or technology or something of an otherwise unique nature. And you're going to see that phrase all over. Unique, meaning me alone can't do the thing, boss man. Me alone. And that's where we are with unsolicited proposal. Now, Kevin, make we draw for the thing with HOLNESS, that report with HOLNESS. Let me move this.
So somebody had asked about board members of HOLNESS. I want to know what HOLNESS do.
Well, make we pull it up then.
You see that this thing here that I share you do? You see this?
Which one?
This right or so.
Where?
Right beside
yeah. This one right here?
You see that? Yeah.
You add it?
Yes, man. Yes. It might answer everybody's questions.
Hold on a second, Kevin. Oh, you kill me now, man.
It might answer everybody's questions.
Okay.
But
no. Remember what the minister said. The minister said, remember now, first thing he said, we received an unsolicited proposal from HOLNESS. That's the first thing he said. And the second thing he said was that HOLNESS is the manufacturer dealer representative. In case we have forgotten, let me play it
again. Play it again.
School bus.
Minister Vaz, the role that HOLNESS played in the importation process and why they were selected as the logistics facilitator for the buses.
An unsolicited proposal was received from HOLNESS. It was evaluated. They clearly showed that they were the manufacturer dealer representative for the two types of buses that we are buying, Blue Bus and Thomas Bus, which are the two major buses that are used in a...
You just said, okay. They clearly convinced us that they were the manufacturer dealer. So Kevin, what I'd like you to do, my brother, is please, the question is asked, is HOLNESS the manufacturer dealer of Bluebird and Thomas buses in Jamaica or in the Caribbean? And you said I should put this up. Should I, sir?
I asked a question to AI. I ask because it's a quick way to find out things these days, right? And I asked about Bluebird buses in the Caribbean, and anybody can go ahead and do this search. It's interesting though that the search kind of changes each time you ask it. It's weird. I don't know if it's an algorithm thing. I don't know if it is the frequency with which the question is being asked. I don't know how many of you have been asking this question. But when I asked the question and I got this result, I asked the question again, the same question again on another device. And it gave a slightly different answer, only ever so slightly. But I don't know if you want to really answer this question yet.
Okay.
But it has been bothering me. It really has. Based on the fact that in the procurement process, it speaks of presenting where you have done this type of thing before.
Yes.
It speaks of showing a track record. It speaks of you doing what you do. So, owe them to your work.
All right. Well, what I would suggest we do then is bring up that document where we look at El Hydro. Remember that. Leave that for now and let's look up El Bus.
Okay.
Stay with us, people.
We're going into El what? El.
And then we can look at the amendment as well.
Okay. Because it
Oh, you know what? Pull up the amendment. Let's go to the amendment. The 2025 amendment. It's there.
We just passed a while ago, didn't we?
Yeah, folks, you see what I mean? That when we say that I'm the reason for all of this, because Kevin pull up something on something that we discussed this morning. I had forgotten. He pulled it up, and then we're going to it, and then I tell him, no, let's go to the 2025. I think it might be all right. Keep going. The 2025 amendment to the Procurement Act.
I had it here because I had moved them.
I think it's further that way.
No, I had moved it to.
That side.
Okay.
Well,
because people, we have so many things here that I said, all right, let me group them over here.
Yeah, it should be over here. Keep going.
That's a review of the articles.
Whoa.
And I had both procurement acts together.
I think we're gone too far now.
This rabbit hole is so deep, I don't know if there's such a thing.
All right, there. Keep going. Keep going. It should be the one next to it.
The next to it.
Nope.
Mercy.
Keep going.
Nah, man. Because all those.
You've gone too far.
And I'll tell you, because I had gone through people, I had gone through.
I'm looking here. It's at least 50 items here.
Yeah.
And they're all grouped, but I'm stepping away from the grouping and I'm doing something else because I want to just bring something to your attention. And because that Minister Vaz said it as well.
Okay, procurement. Let me do it this way. The revision, right? The amendment.
2025.
Yes, man. This one right here.
Right. That's it.
It looked like it had actually accidentally closed it, because it's not popping up where it's supposed to.
That's it.
But it's okay. There. We're in it now. The important thing is that we're in it now.
No. See the date.
Oh,
26.
just before you did that, Will, people, you see all of these right here? All of these right here
it's one
are articles and documents from ATIs and government documents that we have put together since we started talking about the buses. And this is why sometimes you will hear us going back and forth on where it is not, because we tend to group things that we're addressing for this moment. And sometimes, because they're so close together, you might click on one and it don't move, and you end up click again and it end up getting closed.
So Kevin, I just checked, it's over 100. This is more than 100 in just this bus thing right here. It's more than 100.
You just can't help yourself, can you? You could have stayed with 50,
You gotta stay with 50, right? No. All right. Let me go here. This is the latest in the list of amendments to the Public Procurement Act. So this is as recent as you'll get, right? And if you look right here, and we don't have much to do with this document, but there's something I want to show you. It says right here, methods of public procurement and levels of competition. And they say you may conduct procurement by open bidding, restricted bidding, and this is the one that we're interested in. It says single source, right? Oh, sorry. Kevin, I'm going to go with black this time. This one here.
That's fine.
That's the one, right? Now, let's go down a little bit more. Keep that in mind. And we can skip that. We can skip that. Because we don't, if we had lots of time, I could walk you through this and show you the different types of procurement and how you go about it and all of that. But for our purposes, we're just going to go to one section. Well, here we go. All right, this is where we want to go. Now, what we want to do is we're anticipating to some degree what Minister Vaz's defense is going to be, right? And we hear him give some idea about it, but guess what? Minister Vaz is going between. I don't think he understands what he's doing, because he's confusing himself and at the same time trying to confuse us. And here's why. He's talking about things in the 2014 handbook that has been superseded by a law that was passed in 2015, the year after. So he's talking about unsolicited proposal under the 2014 handbook. And then he comes and then he starts talking about an emergency thing under the 2025 amendment to the law. You also have an emergency clause in the 2018 amendment of the law. And you also have an emergency clause in the 2015 or 14 law. But here is what it says. It says the procurement measures. So everything that we've talked about, everything that they lay out, that you must do this, you must go to the PPC, that's the Public Procurement Commission. We won't even get into that today. But there's a commission that you have to go before when you have these types of contracts and get approval or disapproval. And it says that there are certain contracts that this law will not govern. There's certain contracts that it won't govern, right? And what are those? I won't go through all of them. I'll just show you the one that Minister Vaz is leaning on. Here's the one he's leaning on, this one. It says here, because remember what he said. Oh, it's an emergency. He said it. This is the exemption that he's leaning on, that you don't have to use public procurement laws if you're looking for goods, if you're trying to buy goods, works, or services during a situation of emergency or extreme urgency. Keep that in mind. Emergency or extreme urgency. And I'm sure if I ask all of you, what would you consider in this context an emergency or extreme urgency? Meaning that what would cause a government to spend that much money if there's an emergency? And the first thing I'm sure all of you would say to me, COVID or a hurricane, natural disaster, earthquake. You'd say something like that. Yeah, we have to spend money and get back on track. You wouldn't tell me that, oh, we have to buy a school bus. You would not tell me that. Be honest. You wouldn't. And especially, we're going to play it when the Prime Minister said, we've been working on the school bus issue for 9 years. How does 9 years become, or how do 9 years become an emergency just before an election? How How you get to that stage? How? So, and if you think about the Constitution talk about public emergency, and they only mentioned 3. One is insurrection. Somebody want to take over the government, a coup. 2, natural disaster, pandemic, earthquake, all of that. 3rd, we're fighting a war. We're fighting a war with Cuba, Haiti, a declared war. Those are periods of emergency. And then you can suspend all the rules and you can spend all the money, you can do whatever you want to do. That's what that is, right? Now you go down a little bit more, and this law tells you, all right, here's what it says now. It says, for the purposes of paragraph 1U, which we just talked about, situations of emergency or extreme urgency, it's going to define now what is an emergency, what is an extreme urgency. And it says, look at A1. Let me put that up. See it right there at the top of the screen. It says, events not attributable to or foreseeable by the procuring entity, meaning we couldn't see it, we never see it come. We have been watching the school bus program since 2011. And the Prime Minister said he has been working on it, he and the government, for 9 years. But the program actually started, and that Mr. Vaz will tell you that it went all the way back to 2011. And he said that they had a contract, they were bringing in some buses and they lost the election. We'll show you all of that later. So we know it's not that, right? Here's another one, a disaster within the meaning of any enactment concerned with disaster risk management. So this is talking about natural disasters now, hurricanes, floods, earthquakes. We know it's not that. Here's the next one. A period of public disaster, a period of public emergency proclaimed or declared under any enactment. We haven't seen a public emergency proclaimed or declared officially, because it's under any enactment, meaning it can't be verbal, must be written, right? We haven't seen anything saying the school bus program is a public emergency. We haven't seen that. And it says, or, here it is. Here's the one we're going to lean upon now. A disaster or an emergency declared by the minister with responsibility. Or let me read it to you so you'll get you'll really sink your teeth into it. A disaster or an emergency declared by Minister Vaz, published in the Gazette after consulting with the head of that procuring entity. So you understand that Minister Vaz is not the head of the procuring entity. And the statute defines that. It tells you that the head of the procuring entity is the procurement officer or the permanent secretary. So he must have a conversation with them, with whoever that person is, and then he must publish it and say, here's an emergency. There is more to this, people. And it says it must necessitate the award of a procurement contract to effect repairs or remedial action to safeguard the public interest. And here's the thing, and that's why I just love reading, because these things just turn me on. Yeah, me get a kick out of this, Kevin. Seriously. You see this? And it means them two things. Yeah, let me move.
You get carried away, you know.
It means you must have the both of them. It not means or this or that. It means this and that. You must have both of them. So the minister must publish it. He must declare it to the public. You can't declare it after you do it. You can't declare a disaster after you do it, right? After you make the contract. You must declare it before, and then you must publish it in the Gazette. And you can only do that after you have discussed it with the permanent secretary or your procurement officer. And after you do that, it must be to effect repairs or remedial action to safeguard the public interest or to protect infrastructure, property, or public monies from loss. Now, here's key. Let me show you something that's key. We know, I'm going to draw a penny again, Kevin. All right. We know that it wasn't to protect infrastructure, because Jamaica now have no whole infrastructure, particularly roads and drains. We know that. It wasn't to protect property or public monies from loss. Instead, in fact, at the opposite happened. We believe that the money was spent at a loss. So the only one it can come to is this public interest. To safeguard the public interest. And the question is, what public interest was he safeguarding? What public interest was he safeguarding that he didn't tell the Jamaican people before he got the contract? He didn't publish in a gazette, and we don't know if he had a conversation with his procurement person. The one thing we do know, Kevin, is that his procurement person left as soon as the scandal broke. The job was advertised. We have it up here. We don't know which part it there.
That one I can
find. Sita, hold on there.
Yeah.
Chief Technical Director.
Yes.
AUDIT.
Yes.
Watch out, people. I want you to see the date when this was 14th of July. This is right at when the scandal just broke, 14th of July. They advertised this job. And look how they advertised it, Kevin. They advertised the job and they advertised it to other ministries, not for outsiders. Because I'm like, we don't want to come inside and come see what go on. We want other, see what it say? Suitably qualified officers in their ministries, departments, and agencies. So you have to be a government employee in order to get this job. They don't want you from the outside coming in. Here it is, right here. The Chief Technical Director for Corporate Services. Number one job. That is the person responsible for procurement in Mr. Vaz's ministry. And how we know this? We know this because, here we go. Here we go. There it is. Says right here, Chief Technical Director, Corporate Services, that one of his jobs, right here, sorry, Kevin said use green, so it is right here. It is right here. Procurement. And he's also right here offering guidance on procurement. Right? Now, Mr. Vaz came out and said, I crossed the T's and dotted the I's because my name is DARYL Vaz and I know I'm a lightning rod for problems. So I checked all the boxes. You're going to hear him say that. It wasn't his responsibility to do that. It was not his responsibility. So how did the minister go past the permanent secretary and come down and start with the job of the Chief Technical Director? And then at the same time, the Chief Technical Director disappeared off the scene. We don't know if he was dismissed. We don't know if it was a voluntary departure. We don't know. All we know is that this scandal broke, and the person who can answer all the questions, that person is gone. Think about it, people.
Can find him.
Think about it. We have to go find him, Kevin. We have to go find him. So let me get back to which part it there, Kevin. Oh, here it is. Along the right pan it. Okay, here we go.
It's funny. That wasn't even the one that we were on just now.
I know, but it landed right on it, right? Yeah. All right. So here it is. No, When something is an emergency, Mr. Vaz, Minister Vaz, here is what you should do according to the law, right? And again, we draw your attention, Mr. Vaz, to the law to let you know that there it is, 2025, March of this year. So if you procure the thing before March of this year, this is the law. And if you procured it after, if you procured after March, after March, this is the law. If you did it before March, we still have you because we have the Public Procurement Act of 2014 and the amendment of 2018, and they essentially say the same thing. Now here it is. It says where situations of emergency is going to require an emergency contract. And let me read it as if I'm reading it for Mr. Vaz and his ministry. It says, where situations of emergency or extreme urgency will require the awarding of an emergency contract. Minister Vaz's ministry, not Minister Vaz, because he's not responsible for this. Minister Vaz's ministry shall do what, people? Shall give notice to the public of all emergency contracts awarded by the ministry. So you have to come out and tell the public, not only you have to publish it in the Gazette, but you have to come out and tell the public, hey, this we have given out X amount of emergency contracts. And it says that you must publish this within 1 month after the contract was awarded. So if Minister Vaz got that contract in April, he was supposed to publish this to the public 1 month. But here's the thing, we can't find it anywhere. And when we ask them say, we're not giving it to you until after election. So they didn't publish it, people. They didn't publish it, right? And here's another thing it does. It says every emergency contract, including the one for the buses, you must tell us about this, the contract. Give it the contract. You must tell us about the contract. You must name the contractor and the date when you award it. You must state we know the value already, 1.4, but here is the key. You must specify the circumstances of emergency or extreme urgency that required an emergency contract. And we are saying there was no emergency, none whatsoever. So when Mr. Vaz did this, we believe that he violated this act. And there are consequences for violating this act. We know that. And he knows it. He's in a pickle right now. Because he's probably seeing this, Kevin, for the first time.
I doubt it.
Okay, well, either way, because here's the key. He knew about this or he should have known about it. It's very simple proposition. When you lead a ministry, agency, or department, you're the head honcho and you're responsible for everything that goes on there. That's being a leader. And when things fail, as they will, you must come out and take responsibility. You cannot come out and be arrogant, particularly when you know that the buses didn't cost, the buses and the affiliated expenses, they will not cost $8 million US. But that's the amount of money that you were afforded to spend. And that's the amount that you're defending on these buses. And we're going to get to the buses. I know a lot of you hear about me, I drive the bus, but there's a story to it, and we have the gentleman also. He's sitting by now for the dollar bus. We're going to get to the dollar bus. I know all of you waiting for the dollar bus. Hold on.
It's different from a New York dollar van.
It's different from the New York dollar van. Yes, indeed. Kevin, you remember that thing with El Hydro? That report? Is it this? Yes, I'm on a roll. Hold on a second now. So here we go, folks. Now, remember now, Minister Vaz said El Hydro submitted an unsolicited proposal, and El Hydro say that them are the manufacturer representative.
Did
Kevin,
El Hydro say that, or did Minister
the
Vaz
minister
say
said,
that?
no, Minister
Okay.
Vaz said El Hydro. No, he said El Hydro convinced them that, you know what? We don't want to say something that the minister did not say. So let's play it back. Let me hear what I'm saying. Let's go back.
Minister Vaz, the role that El Hydro played in the importation process and why they were selected as the logistics facilitator for the buses.
An unsolicited proposal was received from El Hydro. It was evaluated. They clearly showed that they were the manufacturer dealer representative.
They clearly showed that they were the manufacturer dealer representative. They clearly show that.
Who were the individuals that reviewed this proposal?
It is supposed to go, or it was supposed to go, to the Chief Technical Director for Corporate Services, who is the person in charge of procurement. And that person should have coordinated with the Permanent Secretary. The minister is just for overall policy. He doesn't get down in the weeds of saying that, you know, he's crossing T's and dotting I's on contracts and watching what's going on. And no, he doesn't get involved in things like that. But this minister got involved. So the question, who is El Hydro? Or what is El Hydro? Here we go. Oops. Yes. This is what we do around here, you know. An investigative analysis of Jamaica's rural school bus procurement. And who is El Hydro Limited, or what is El Hydro Limited? And here we go. Here we go. We have two people there, Tanya Morgan and Philip Scott. Now, El Hydro, it says right here, is a company that primarily operates in the industrial lubricants, chemicals, oils, and greases sector. There is nothing there about used vehicles, used cars, used motorcycles, used bicycles, used trucks, nothing there about used vehicles. And here it is. El Hydro Limited is not NOT, an authorized manufacturer or dealer for school buses in the region. There is no evidence whatsoever to support such a designation. And Kevin, I challenge our audience, our guests. I challenge them to Google, is El Hydro a manufacturer representative for Thomas buses and Bluebird? Do them separate. For Thomas buses, see what it says. Then you come back and say, are they for Bluebird buses? And I can tell you the answer is going to be no.
Well, I did the one for Bluebird. There it is.
That we need to show that. We need to show that. This is it right here. Let me move this. Oops. Oh, you did it. So that's why you have to big it up.
Oh yes, I can make it bigger.
There's the answer right there. No, El Hydro is not the distributor for Bluebird buses in the Caribbean. And here it is. In fact, the Jamaica Trade Board confirmed in July 2025 that El Hydro was not a certified dealer when it was awarded a contract to import buses to Jamaica. Do me a favor. Can you do a search for El Hydro for Thomas buses?
Okay.
Let's see what it says. No. Let's go back, because this, when it says El Hydro is the approved agent for the manufacturer of Thomas buses, this is not accurate. I can tell you that. I can tell you
But
that.
this is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
When I did the search, and then I went right after, I did the search again.
It says no, and then it come back and says yes.
Yes.
Yeah, because when I checked last night, you know what it said? No. It said Thomas's manufacturer agent is in Puerto Rico. That's what it said last night. Thomas's manufacturer is in Puerto Rico.
But
So,
okay. Here is more information.
oh, because the minister said it. You see what it says right here?
Right.
That's why it says yes, because it says Jamaica Transport Minister Barback stated that they're the exclusive agent. All right, make it clear this up, Kevin.
Let's go on their website.
Go to the website. Go to the website.
Find a dealer.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, let me make this, fill this up.
That look like my boss.
Find a dealer.
You're going to have to go put in Jamaica.
Mm-hmm. Because guess what? See, they have states. All of these are states.
States, right.
So we'll probably have to put in Puerto Rico.
All right, put in Puerto Rico. Yeah. Oh, there it is.
Because outside of this,
yeah, it's Puerto Rico. The dealer is in Puerto
Rico. Find a dealer in Jamaica, because if it was a Caribbean dealer, they would say they have a dealer in the Caribbean.
Right. No, it is. El Hydro is not a dealer for Thomas. And if you ask them, okay, where are the buses in Jamaica that El Hydro has for Thomas? They don't. They don't. The only reason why you say that is because Minister Vaz was the one who said it.
Correct.
Yeah.
So when you and that's the important thing about looking at some of these search results, you have to read further to see why some of the results are given. Some of the results sometimes are given because of statements by individuals or groups, not necessarily because it is the fact, it is the truth. It is just because it was said by, in this case, it is said by the minister.
Right. Somebody asked Kevin what is Vaz's connection in Puerto Rico. His mother was born in Puerto Rico. His mother is Puerto Rican. I mean, she's U.S. citizen, born in Puerto Rico. I think she's passed on now, but that's where his mom came from. But El Hydro is not. Trust me, people. I went and I did the search every which way last night, and El Hydro is not. Let me go back to this right here. Is it this? Hold on. Okay, here we go. Take that. You can move that, Kevin.
Oh, yeah, man. You can remove it, man.
I'm remove it. Okay, here we go. All right. So, we are challenging that because you see what we say. El Hydro is not an authorized manufacturer or dealer for school buses in the region. There is no evidence whatsoever to support such a designation, and that is absolutely true. I did the search last night. El Hydro is not. El Hydro is like a company that's involved with chemicals. That's what they do. So let's go down a little bit more here. And you know, Minister Vaz can actually come on the program because we've invited him several times. And I don't know what's going on, but he doesn't see it fit to come. And there's a gentleman, Philip Scott, who's involved with El Hydropower. He's claiming that he patented hydrogen energy source, blah, blah, blah.
But even better than that, Will, we can even go to El Hydro's site.
And see if they say that. They don't.
There it is. I pulled it up.
Oh, you pulled it up? Where is
Yes,
it?
man.
Oh, hold on a second. That's what we're
the
doing
same window.
here. Okay. Oh, so let me
You have to take that one
I
down
have to remove
first.
that down. Yeah. Hold on. Remove. And then here we go. Okay. Yeah, here it is. Where you say Thomas Bus is there and you say Bluebird?
Those are the products.
Yeah.
Those
I
are the
say-
services.
Oh, what we offer: Starfire fluid analysis, clip analysis, transformer testing. That's it. And they have Starfire clean oil. Where do they have Bluebird and Thomas?
There it is.
Yeah, here it is right here.
Welcome
to El Hydro Technologies, manufacturers, suppliers, and distributors of automotive and industrial lubricants, fluids, greases, oils, chemicals, biofuels, fuel additives, filtration system that filter down to 1 micron, and much more. El Hydro sets a new standard in quality and performance. Our comprehensive array of premium products and services will improve your company's performance levels while offsetting the overall maintenance cost. Let me move this. So our people understand. They're not involved in being representative for a bus company. No. So let me get back to this. Here we go, Kevin. So, okay, you know those two people. Let's pass them because we have some things we have to get. Hold on, right here. And here's what they had a contract, you know, in February 2019. El Hydro, look at this, people. They supplied biodiesel fuel to JUTC. Cabinet approved it, you know. Look at the amount, $301 million in a pilot project. My goodness, boy. Oh. And then they're also involved in real estate. But it's not El Hydro. It's the gentleman, Philip Scott. He branched off and he has a company called Philanco Corporation. And they dabble in real estate, right? But it's not El Hydro. And they tried to, March 2014, they submitted a bid to redevelop the Palmyra condominium complex. And by the way, we have a minister who lives in that complex, has a very beautiful apartment with a panoramic view. I'm being told that the apartment cost over $1 million US. Don't worry, we'll get to we'll get to that. But
Petra said Petra said that El Hydro, it must be the name of the chemical called Thomas and Bluebird.
No, here it is. Yeah, because here it is now. Here it is. The company is not certified as a new or used motor vehicle dealer.
According to the Jamaica Gleaner in July of 2025.
Yeah, and they got an indirect licensing arrangement. Now, we've been through this before, people. Let me just give a quick summary of this. This letter came from, this is the same folks who tell me that they'll give me the letter after the election. But you see this? New. Remember this, whenever you see a reference line on a document, everything below refers to the reference.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever the reference line says, everything below is about this. So when you look down here, you don't see new right here to import 110. No, think about it. What would prompt somebody to put new? When the minister, everybody, they're claiming that it was the shipment was for used vehicles. What would prompt somebody to put new? And that's why folks have been asking for this letter, the May 20th, 25 letter. I don't know if they're cooking it up or whatever they're doing, but what would prompt them to write new buses unless new was mentioned in this letter to them on May 20th? And then they put it in the reference line.
Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, sir.
I have stated this to you, and it has been confirmed by the Prime Minister, I believe. That new is new to Jamaica.
Okay. All right. It's like these new right here. These new right here. This is different now. But look here, Kevin, look here now. Look here. Up here, you don't have new in it. It just says for school buses. You don't have new. But they see it fit now to put, they saw it fit to put new right here. So in this case, right? In this case, you have to say, well, it's new. It's new that they're talking about. Because if they had, for example, if they had old requirement for used buses here, and then they have new here, then you could say there's probably a mistake because the reference line says old. That's how you read these documents. That's how you read them. It's whatever is in the reference line that governs the tenor and the tone and the structure of everything below. By the way, we found out that these three vehicles, they're not new. They were manufactured in 2010 and 2011, I believe. Two of them were manufactured in 2010. I think the two Chevy Express were manufactured in 2010 and the Thomas bus was manufactured in 2011. So we don't know why they did that. And then we have all of these documents that you need to import the vehicles. They didn't do these things. So it's a problem. This is a problem. Here's it. Why was Elijah put in charge of school buses? They sell industrial oils, greases, and chemicals, not motor vehicles. Yet they got a contract for 1.4. And why was a non-dealer awarded a contract of this scale? And what about the used car dealers in Jamaica? So who approved this and why? So make we move that, Kevin, and make we listen a little bit more to some stories being told to the Jamaican people.
Two types of buses that we are buying, Blue Bus and Thomas Bus, which are the two major buses that are used in the North American school bus system. That document was reviewed. It went to the PPC. PPC gave approval. It went to Cabinet. Cabinet gave approval. We have already been requested for all the documentation by at least two agencies, and those are being put together, and all information will be released in the proper format because there's absolutely nothing to hide. I just want to say something to put things in perspective in terms of where we are and where we are going. The government took a decision earlier this year that we would not go into September 25 school year without providing a rural school bus. This is something that I've been trying to do from 2023 when I took the portfolio responsibility. I went to Cabinet and was sent back because every model that I work was going to cost the government of Jamaica between $8 and $20 billion. What the children have to go through, on top of which we were very concerned about the statistics that the JCF put out, which is 60 children dead and 700 injured in rural Jamaica over the last few years. So what we did was to see what we could implement in September. The only available possibility was to use the North American bus system, the U.S. bus system, which...
Folks, remember this. Minister DARYL Vaz was the inaugural chairman of the Used Cars Association. He has purchased cars from Japan like it's going out of style. He knew that he could have gone to Japan and he could have gotten coaster buses. He knew this. We're not involved in the used car business, and yet still we come up, Kevin, that we come up with a number that he could have gotten 220, twice the amount of buses he's getting from the US. He could have gotten 220 coaster buses and still have more than $1 million in change. Still have more than that. Think about that. He's bringing in 110 left-hand drive, humongous, all unsafe school buses, and yet he knew that he could have gone to Japan and he could have gotten twice the number of buses, and they would come equipped. They would come refurbished. They wouldn't need to be retrofitted. They'd come refurbished. And some of them would even come. All you have to do was just put on the internet thing on it, and that's it. So that they could geofence it. And that technology is very, very cheap. But he said, he made it seem like, okay, it's an emergency. Folks, if that was an emergency, what was this? Look at the date on that.
Pilot rural school bus system.
And they were pilots before this.
September.
But this is the first one. This is the first one under this government. October 30.
This is August 30.
Sorry, August 30. Yeah, thank you, sir. Sorry, I stand corrected. Now, here, look at these three people. These three people are responsible. At least these two, the lady, Grace McLean, and Dean Roy Bernard, based on the report issued by the Auditor General, they're responsible for more than $100 million going away from the ministry. Nothing to show for it. Poof. They gave it to a company. And the Jamaican taxpayers received nothing in exchange for over 100, and I think it's over 110 million. I think it's more like 120. Because even after, and by the way, Kevin, you have the Auditor General's report. I'd sent it. You have the Auditor General's report. If you look in your email, my email, and you'll see it. Mm-hmm. I just want to show them something. All these people, they were in charge of the program before. They were in charge of this rural school bus program. And look here, folks, I'm going to show you something. Take a look at this. I think it's further down. Hold on. Let me see something. All right, these are all the statistics. But let's go back up and show you something. They received, look at that, the top. They received $200 million. And they were going to start phase one in September. They mentioned this in August 2017. They were going to start it in September. We haven't heard anything about the $200 million. Nobody's talking about it. This money was committed. And they said in August, we're starting the program next month in September. And we already have $200 million. And I'm asking myself, where are the buses? How was this money spent? How was it allocated? Was it spent? Was it received? We haven't heard a single word about this $200 million. We haven't heard. This is another way, assuming that this money was received. And I don't think Minister Rural Reid would have said that we're starting the program next month if he didn't have the money. It would be foolish for him to say that. We're starting next month. Mm-hmm. But we haven't heard anything, Kevin. You find that report for me? The one with the Auditor General?
I'd have to borrow your computer.
Oh, no. You know what happened? No, I texted it to you. It's the one I texted to you.
Okay.
Yes, the one I texted to you. But we haven't gotten anything here. We haven't gotten anything for the money. There it is. These three people. Let me see. And here is something I'm going to show you now. Remember, we're talking about the buses, so we can go all over the place and talk about the buses. And I'm going to bring on the gentleman now. I'm going to show this piece and bring on the gentleman. My brethren, who have been two brothers, I've been bim and bam. I've been talking to them. I go by once a week to visit my boss. Let me show you something here. I just saw it a while ago. Trade board letter. Just hold on 1 second, people. Oh, by the way, here's Brian Richardson. This is the gentleman. This is the gentleman who was the chief technical director over at the ministry with Mr. Vaz, and he was the gentleman in charge of procurement. And it's his job that I showed you. His job that was advertised. I don't know what he did. Don't know what's going on, but he's no longer there. You find as soon as I find it, Kevin, let me know, because I want to show. I want to show my people something here. All right, here. Well, this is it. Yep, this is one of them. Okay, you hear Minister Vaz come and tell you, he'll tell you, oh, the JLP started this program, and the PNP shut it down, and da 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 da. And we talked about this before. Here we go. The idea of a school bus program, it actually started in 2011. Here we go. There it is. And it was the JLP that actually started it. Give credit where credit is due. They started it, and they wanted to bring in buses, 230. I think they had planned for 60 something. And they lost the election. And when the PNP took over, the PNP looked at the coffers, and they said, but we don't have the money. We're $8.3 billion in deficit. We can't afford it. And as any responsible government would do, they said, no, we have to cancel this. We can't take it because we can't afford it. That was 2011, 2012. And then there was some discussion in 2013. Then 2014, 2015, the PNP started a pilot in Clarendon. And then in 2017, here's the one I just showed you. This one with the $200 million budget. And then now we're up to 2025. That's the history of it. So don't let him tell you anything. He skipped 2017, skipped it because he don't want to talk to you about the 200 million. Because that's not a good subject. That's not a subject that he would entertain. So you can't really blame him. But then you have to blame him. Now I'm going to show you something now. Remember last week we talked about the buses, and we talked about safety, and we talked about the Environmental Protection Agency saying that the buses, they were not safe for our children because the children were inhaling the diesel fumes. It was causing problems. Take a look at this document here. Kevin, you can pick this up for me? Because the program, and remember that Minister DARYL Vaz talked about the Clean School Bus program. This is a program he was talking about, right? Where the US government allocated $5 billion to the states to get rid of the old buses and bring in low emission diesel and electric buses. The ones that we have in Jamaica, those are the ones they're getting rid of. Look at this. I want you to read it for yourself. Big that up for them, Kevin, please. Okay. See that, people? It says every day, an estimated 21 million students ride to school on diesel burning school buses, which expose them to dangerous diesel exhaust pollution. This pollution has been proven to cause cancer, asthma, respiratory issues, and even problems with brain development. Let that sink in. Even problems with brain development. Think about the young children. The brains are being developed. And these buses that we have with this diesel, the exhaust, it is going to cause problems for them. And here's how we know that it's the program. Here it is right here. But in 2021, after years of tireless advocacy by individuals and organizations nationwide, the bipartisan, meaning Democrats and Republicans alike, everybody agreed that we need to get new buses for the children, clean buses for the children. And they said the historic program designates exactly what Minister Vaz said, $5 billion over 5 years to replace what? Diesel burning school buses, bringing cleaner air to students across the country. People, if this not frighten you, if this does not frighten, I don't know what else is going. If you have children, whether you have children or not, but particularly if you have children in Jamaica, young children riding this bus, this should frighten you.
Yep.
This should frighten you. Look at the second paragraph. It said the program has helped transform school transportation in districts nationwide, ushering in a new era of clean rides for kids. Ushering in a new era of clean rides for kids. So they're saying it's dirty rides before. And these are the buses that we started bringing in and will continue bringing them into Jamaica. And by the way, the minister made a pledge to us now. He said all 110 buses would be in Jamaica by the end of July. We've been led to believe that that is not true, that there's still more buses outstanding.
Well, it's a week from September.
But he did say that the buses, all of them would be there because guess what? Remember he said they have to test them, they have to road test them, you know.
And retrofit and...
Yes.
And
Kevin, give me my video, you know. My video there. Hold on there. Hold on. For those of you, how about that, Kevin?
Which one of them?
My one, my video man with my boss.
Oh. It's oh, I have it. It's right beside me. I have it shared.
All right, drop it in there. Because me will call my brethren them, you know.
See there?
Where?
You ready for it now?
Yeah, man, drop it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back again. And this time, we're not going to drive the bus. We're just going to talk a little bit about the bus because we've heard so many stories about how we bad mind because we've brought this to the attention of the Jamaican people. The cabinet is responsible also. It's not just Mr. Vaz or Minister Vaz. The cabinet is also responsible for the purchase of these buses to take our children from the rural section of Jamaica to school. Now we have come up with plans that don't include these buses. They don't. But we won't talk about that today. What we want to talk about is value for money. When Mr. Vaz says that the Jamaican public is getting value for money, the buses are in great condition, we know that not to be the case. It's not true. But what I want to talk to you about today is not the refurbishing, not the retrofitting, just the value of these buses. Now, as I mentioned to you last week, this bus cost, well, let me tell you what it didn't cost. It didn't cost 20,000 US dollars. It didn't cost 5,000 US dollars. It didn't cost 3,000 US dollars. It didn't cost 2,000 US dollars. You can actually purchase these buses at auction for less than $2,000, 2010 buses. And we're talking about Bluebird Thomas International. This bus, ladies and gentlemen, cost exactly this. One US dollar. That's the cost of this bus. And the gentlemen who purchased this bus, they were kind enough to give this bus to me, to say, listen, we want you to take this bus to Jamaica and make a donation for a worthy cause. Not for the travel of children, not for the transporting children, but for a mobile clinic, a mobile library, a learning center, a food truck, transportation for churches, so on and so forth. And also remember that if I had contacted them last month, I would have gotten 7 buses. This would have been the 8th bus for $8. 7 plus 1, 8. $1 a bus, 8. Now, Minister Vaz, I showed you my document last week that this bus was purchased for $1 American. I'm challenging you now to come forward and put up your documents to show how much you paid for the buses, because it's going to be quite telling. What's going to be quite telling going forward is that the Auditor General should make this a priority, should conduct an audit, and if the numbers don't add up to value for money, then there should be a surcharge action. And that surcharge action should be against you and the entire cabinet, because all of you are responsible for that. 1.4 billion Jamaican dollars. We believe it wasn't spent in the best interest of the country. See you on Saturday. Take care.
Rebel, you muted, man.
You get him? And then also, yeah, hey, Bim, what's going on, Papa? You can't hear me?
Yeah, man. Hello, you hearing?
I'm hearing you.
Okay.
You can't hear me?
Will?
No.
So, how you not hear Will?
I'm hearing you loud and clear. I don't get nothing from Will. No sound at all coming from him.
Yo. You can't hear me?
Oh, it's all right. It's all right. Hold on.
Okay.
Wrong line connected.
Oh, and then
okay.
The document we read that last week.
All right. Hold on.
The seal, yeah.
No, it should be up.
I didn't see
the one you redacted.
Yeah, the one for the price. The title and the bill of sale.
Yeah, man. It's up in the bus.
All right, while you do that, and people, I don't see how my boss said, because guess what now? Every my boss as Missy B will say my boss plus tax, because here's what happened. Every week now, I make it a point of duty to go to these gentlemen home where the bus is parked, and I go and I touch the bus. And it's almost like me just cherish the thing, because me know somebody in Jamaica. And although, like I said, we're not going to send it down if we go drive up and down and things like that. But it doesn't make any sense for us to keep it here, because it is in excellent running condition, and somebody can use it can convert it to a classroom, can convert it to a mobile clinic, or a church can even use it and just go pick up them people like on a Sunday. It's not something what them have to do every day, so you don't have to worry about the emissions. Like where children are riding these buses every day. You may have a community, they have a soccer team, and they just need the bus to go play games maybe once a week or something like that. So that is where we are. We set up yet, Kevin?
Yeah, man. Bim, you hearing Will now?
Bim.
Hello? Them not hear me either? Hello? How am gone? Hello, you hearing? Bim. Bim, you hearing? Him not hang up. I'm gone.
No, man, hold on there. Me call him, man. Me forget him, man. Hold on there. I get him, man.
What a thing.
Hold on there. Yeah, so every week I'll be making another video next week, because I'm going to go out there, and this time I'm going to make a video inside the bus and show you how clean this bus is. And
Hello?
I'm dead, man. I'm dead.
I'm here.
You can't hear me?
You hearing, Will?
I can hear you now, yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, hey, bless up yourself, my brother. How you doing, man?
And I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm on top of the world, my brother. Look, it's always a pleasure seeing you. And folks, I had a great time out there with them this past, was it Thursday? I went out there Thursday, and we have plans to meet again, because when I go out there, I sit down with them, I talk to them, and I mean, it's a lovely part of the country where they live. It's nothing like where I live, it's fresh air, open spaces, and so they have the room that they can park all of these buses that we plan to get. So, Bim, listen. So there have been some people who have said that I am lying, that the bus did not cost $1, even though I have the documentation. Please, sir, please tell these people what's the true cost of that bus to you and your brother who gave it to me. Please tell.
Oh, well, you got the document, you got the bill of sale, so you can, there's if you fail to believe your eyes and what you can see, there's nothing we can do about it to convince that is the truth. The evidence is right in front of you, but we obtained that bus for exactly $1. You get what I'm saying? You get, and those people where we get it from, they even forward the bus from the location to the property free of cost. They didn't have to pay anything for them to tow it to the property. So I don't know what to tell them. If the evidence is clear and it's right in front of them. So
well, you know what happened? I was also telling some folks that when I was there with you and your brother, you called a gentleman who facilitated all of this, and the gentleman said to me that if he had known that I was interested in these buses, he could have got me 7 buses back in July, $1 a bus. That would be 8 buses on the property there, huh?
Sure, because every most of these school in the summertime, they upgrade, they change out the fleet, upgrade the school. If they need to remodel, they remodel and get ready for later August, September for school opening. So so other than had we known we could have get seven more buses for that price, free of cost, pretty much, or for $1.
So let the people be here to again, we could have had on the property right there up there now. We could have had 8 buses for $8 American dollars.
Yep, 8 buses for $8.
No, let me show. Kevin just found something. So all of the people who didn't watch the show last week, because what would it be? We decided that we weren't gonna expose you and your brother. So what we did is that Kevin found it. So I want to show the people again. All right, here we go. I just want to show them the bill of sale. We have the title, and here's the bill of sale. Hold on. Here's the bill of sale. And we move the We redacted the name of the school, and the date is July 11, 2025. That's last month. And here it is. To whom it may concern, so-and-so school has transferred ownership of bus 59. And I want to see the big 59 on the bus. It's a 2010 bus now. Keep in mind, people. All right, hold on. I'm going to make it come home to all of you. Now, Minister Vaz, the invoice that's been going around, right? That invoice has 26 buses. 26 buses on that invoice. Yeah. And I'll tell you, this bus here that we have now for $1, it's a 2010. And I'll tell you on the invoice with 26 buses that are in Jamaica right now, how many of them are 2010s? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This looks like 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 of the 26, they are 2010s. 2011, we have 1, 2, 3. 3 of them are 2011s. Then for 2014, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think 7. Yeah, 7. 2012, 2010 is actually 12. I've just seen. Let me write this down so we can. The 2010 buses, I think it's 12. The 2011 buses, 3. The 2014 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2014. And the 2015, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. That makes sense. 7 and 3, 10, 22. Yeah, 26. So listen to this now, people. 26 buses. First batch come to Jamaica. Of the 26 of them,
11.
12 of them, of the 26, are the same year as my bus. 12 of them are the same. Yeah. Three of them are 2011, 7 of them 2014, and 4 of them 2015. So the overwhelming majority of the buses in the first batch, they're this bus, same year, 2010. And I guarantee you that my bus run better than for them one. I guarantee you. And not only that, my bus the differential for climb hill. For them one to have that. Because the minister said them buy them in Florida. Right? I know Florida, flat terrain, right? Nice roads. You know we have it make for climb hill. And then look right here, people. Look right here. Look right here. If you don't think I lie to no. Right.
Hey, Ratty.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but I give my views on
1 second. 1 second, Bim. Hold on. Bim, hold on 1 second. People don't say that.
Okay.
The vehicle. What vehicle are we talking about? We're talking about this vehicle.
School bus number 59.
There it is. School bus number 59, 2010 international bus, right? Nice bus. Nice bus. Run better than the ones that were in Jamaica. And look how much this bus was sold for. The vehicle was sold for $1. See there? And the title has been signed over to BIM. And bam. See it right there, sir? See there? And BIM, them call me. And when I go, these men are true patriots because them say, listen, we understand that, you have a platform. And what we want to do, we want you for we want to collect some buses and see if we can get them to Jamaica so that them can turn them into something useful. Because believe me, some of these buses have been converted into homes. They've been converted into homes. So them say, we just want you to, get this bus to a worthy organization or a worthy person that them can do with it. They don't have to drive up and down, but, get some use out of it. And instead... So now we're asking Minister Vaz, we want you. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second there. Beam not going away. Kevin, what the last thing I sent you this today?
Okay.
What the last thing I sent you? I sent you something about it have a listing of it have a listing of what of the buses that the buses were being given away for free in Florida. You remember that? I can't hear you.
Sorry, Rebel.
Yeah. Oh, you talk to somebody.
Sorry, somebody just come in here. One.
Yeah. You remember that I sent it to you by email.
Which one of them? What?
There's one. There's one. The one I sent you, the most recent one.
The email?
Yeah, coming by email. Yeah, it's one talking about how the buses were. It's a report. It's a slide.
Oh, the PowerPoint?
The PowerPoint, yeah.
Oh, yes, man. It is up, man.
Which part of them?
See there?
No, that's not it.
This one.
That one, yeah. Okay, all right, cool. All right, Bim, talk to us now. Give us your take on what's going on with the school bus situation.
My opinion on the school bus situation with that minister track record, I think it was the school buses was just a rule to fleece taxpayers of public resources, and it's as simple as that. They just believe they could get away with it. In my simple word, where everybody can understand, it's just a con man. There's nothing better than that. That's all it is. They think they could get away with it under the cover of dark, and no sunlight was never going to reach them. It's just a money grab. There was no thought about anything else than to fleece the taxpayers, in my humble opinion. Because other than that, when you get those buses, after they decommission them, there's not a lot of price on them. If you go most them rural areas, you see them use them as farm buses to bring in produce and all that stuff, and carry workers and all that stuff. But there is no real price on them for that 80,000 or US dollars or how much it is. It just a shakedown of the taxpayers, plain and simple.
Don't go nowhere, Bim. I want to show something and I want to get your comment, and Kevin, I go jump in as well, right? Here is something that we did around here, right? Let me add it to the stage. Oh, you put that up, Kevin? You put that one up? Move. No, wait a minute. You have to move the other one. Move the one where you put up.
No. Which one?
There's one. Oh, yeah. No, you put that up. It's not over here on my screen.
No, man. That one a while ago?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not on my screen.
No, sir. I had up that is the one that I downloaded from you. That is yours.
Yeah, but I don't see it over here. All right, add it. Let me see.
So this is the document here, and that's the slide. So what happened is that
we can't get it any bigger.
It looked like it too big on the slide. That's what it looked like to me.
The full screen layout? Nope. Look at that.
So it looked like the orientation of the slide itself.
All right. All right. Here's where we're going now.
Because it's not showing all. Yeah.
It's hold on a second.
I wonder.
Let me see if I can get.
I might be able to. Here's what we'll do. I'll send it and do it on my side and see if I can adjust the size for it to display. All right. Because that was that one presentation I didn't really pull up and look at. That one was why am I breaking my neck? And I can just switch screens right here. How many of them buses there? That was the first bus you got, Bim?
Yeah, that was the first one. That's the first one we got.
Kevin.
Yeah.
Production manager say download it to Google Slide.
Yeah, I'm going to
Okay.
download it on my
Yeah,
side.
but people, while Kevin is doing that, just keep in mind, right, that we could have gotten if they had reached out to us, because we know that this was no emergency. They've been working on this from 2011. When I said the governments, plural of Jamaica, PNP and JLP, they've been working on this since 2011. But this government has been working on it, according to the Prime Minister, from 2016. And we know in 2017 they received $200 million, of which we have no accounting. So they've been working on this thing. If they had reached out to the diaspora, because Minister Vaz knew about the $5 billion grant to the states to get rid of the old buses. So putting the safety thing aside, let's just put that aside and just talk about how you could have done this to save money for the Jamaican people. He could have simply gone up to the U.S. Embassy. Didn't even have to come here. Walked up to the U.S. Embassy, have a meeting with them and say, listen, I know that there's a grant issued by the government and that you guys are going to be getting rid of the older buses. Now, you're in Jamaica and you see the struggles we're having with children living in rural areas to get to school. So we're asking you kindly if you could have a program where you can get these buses first. And I'm telling you, I've seen it work before. They could have gotten these buses for free. For free. The State Department, they love doing stuff like 5 years ago, they love doing stuff like this. They could have gotten them for free or at $1 a bus. They could have gotten them if they really wanted these buses. Let's say the buses were safe and they wanted them. They could have. But then, and they know about the diplomatic protocols. They know about those protocols. So what that has led people to believe is that there was no interest in getting the buses through the American embassy, or going to the districts themselves and saying to the districts, listen, Jamaica is a is a developing country, but we're having some challenges with getting children to school. The absenteeism rate is rising. And so what we need to do is to ask you to, if you can provide some of these buses to help us. They would. Think about it. If they're going to give Bim. Oh, go ahead, Bim.
Yeah, in this case, we have organization in this part of the country where we even have delegate and state senator with Jamaica background in this state. All they got to do, go to your organization and ask them to contact the Board of Education, and you could go through the Board of Education. They know how much bus is going to be decommissioned, and you could get it for nothing, or little or nothing, because once you tell them what you need it for and all that stuff, I'm certain you'll get the priority.
Right.
Let me just say the TM roads.
There's a lot of ways you could go about this where it doesn't cost the country.
Right. Let me just say to TM Rose that I don't think she, assuming it's a lady, I don't think she heard exactly what I said. I said just putting the safety issues, the road safety issues and the health issues, just put those aside and let's say that the buses were okay, right? What they should have done, they should have gone to the embassy and they should have negotiated to get the buses for free, or heavily discounted. Because remember now, these buses are 15-year-old buses, and the school districts are anxious to get rid of them. And so if they and what they do is they are quite amenable to providing these buses to worthy causes. And when we get up this other slide, this slide here, we're going to show you what they've done in Florida. And remember, he said that a lot of his buses came from Florida. So we're saying, well, why is it then that they didn't get buses from these school districts? Right. So that is assuming that we're now saying that if they put the safety issues aside. No, so that's one. That's it's process and protocol. Now, when you get to the safety issue now, TM Rose, we have a big issue because of the emissions for the environment and also for the occupants, the children. Not to mention that it's on the driver sits on the left, and you really can't overtake with those buses. And then you can't even go around certain corners. You can't park them certain places. Yeah, you can't park them. So the buses are inherently dangerous. And Mr. Vaz, being a former chairman of the Used Cars Association, why didn't he go to Japan or China and get new or used coaster buses to operate in the rural school bus program? Why didn't he do that? Why now he has to spend money now for retrofitting? And as soon as we get this thing up, I'm going to show you how much we believe each bus costs. And we're going to give you the maximum and say if the bus, a 2010 bus we're talking about, because remember, most of the buses that came in, the 26 that came in, 12 of them were 2010s, 3 of them 2011s, 7 of them 2014, and 4 of them 2015. None more recent than 2015, none older than 2010. So it's between 2010 2015. He could have gotten 2010 buses for dirt cheap. Dirt cheap. TM Rose, you're right. He could have gone to Toyota Jamaica. And in fact, we're going to show you somebody who got a free bus from Toyota Jamaica. So just think, if you go to Toyota Jamaica, right, and say, listen, we want to buy 110 buses from you. I want a good price, because you don't get 110 buses being sold by a dealership every day. That's like a once in a lifetime thing. You don't get it every day. So if we went over there and said to him, listen, we want to buy 110 buses from you, let's negotiate the price. And also, we need Wi-Fi, we need air condition, we need this, we need that. And then you'd be getting buses suitable for the Jamaican terrain. Because those buses have been tried and tested in the rural parts of Jamaica, and they performed admirably. And then if you have to fix the buses, parts are readily available, and just about any mechanic worth the name can fix those buses. Can fix them. You have it up, Kevin?
Yeah, that's it right there.
All right. All right. Bim, I want you to watch this and tell me what you think. All right? Thank you, Kevin.
Okay.
Yeah, just tell me when you're ready for switch. I'll change the side.
Oh, you'll switch it right. All right. Here's one of the things. We said right here that the government of Jamaica could have obtained school buses affordably. Right? Could have had affordable school buses. And the question is, will MP Vaz and the cabinet suffer the consequences? Next slide, sir. All right, here we go now. Many school districts in America, they donate these retired, or what the word them use? Decommissioned buses to non-profits and overseas groups. We know this. And at auction, you can get these buses from $500 to $3,000. If you pay more than $3,000 for a 2010 bus, something wrong with you, right? Hold on there, Kevin. Hold on there.
Well, let me just go ahead and read through the slide. For those that are listening in on the radio side, welcome. Those on Reggae Global Radio and affiliates. It goes on to state that state auctions sell these buses for $500 to $3,000. And like Will said, if you're paying $3,000 for a 10,000 for a 2010 bus, you need a small check. You need a small checkup. As an example, Alachua County in Florida donated 40 buses, and their services donates regularly. So there are places that we can reach out to and connect with to get these buses. The National Education Trust, NET, is a registered charitable organization, and the agency, the official agency of the Ministry of Education and Youth.
Kevin, take that
Yes,
down. There's a more recent one. There's a more recent one with updated information. It's coming through to me now.
It should come through to me.
Yeah, and I'm gonna send it to you. Yeah, you can't take that down.
Oh.
All right.
Right.
Yeah. We'll just talk to the. So Bim, is Bim there?
Yeah, man, I'm still here.
Yeah. What we're trying to do right now is that we're trying to, through your links, we're trying to get some more buses, because I'm telling you, people are calling me. There's a teacher and she's watching the program right now. She's asked for 2 of those buses to establish classrooms, not to drive up and down, but just to establish classrooms. And then I've had people have reached out to me, said they need one for a food truck. I've had people reach out to me and said they need one for their community. I've had churches reach out to me and said they need a bus for pick up people and pick up people to take them to church.
My church could I use a small bus?
Yeah,
have a small bus.
Watch here now. Even people from Ghana watch a program now and tell me, say great suggestion what to do with the buses, church, football team, etc. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my lady. So let me see us. Still waiting to get
and I will reach out to my connection and let most of the people know that we are interested and all that. If we have to form like a charity or something where we can get them through it, we'll do that. We'll come together and do that.
We have one.
Yeah.
OJLDF is a 501c3.
Yeah, we have one already.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. And Freedom, yes, these buses can be converted into homes. People have done it.
And Petra said mobile Jamal. Yeah, it could be where you just, every Tuesday or so you drive to a community and you teach the elders or teach the ones who are out of school, but they're they need some assistance in getting up to speed. We can do all of that. So, I'm still waiting for the thing to come in, Kevin, because it has some outstanding information on that slide. So I'm just waiting for it.
And on the other hand, when those buses go to action, most time they probably buy the fleet for the whole fleet. They're getting rid of it for a small fee, and then they go to the auction and auction them. So the auction price doesn't really reflect the prices where they get them from.
Yeah.
Right. Because I spoke to a gentleman, Art. It's here, Kevin. Let me send it to you. I spoke to a friend of mine, and he's watching too. He's a supervisor in a school in a district where they have 1,300 school buses, and he gave me some information about the safety of these buses, the Thomas buses he was referring to, and he said they're unsafe. So they're very unsafe, and I have other people calling me, telling me that, hey, look, these buses, they're not the best. You'd be better off getting coasters, and we have a plan, because since they can't think, but they can think, but we know why they actually did it like this, because we know that the emergency was not to get children to school on time in a safe manner this September. The emergency, based on everything we've seen so far, based on the procurement procedures that weren't followed, what we're seeing is that this was the only emergency we can think of is the election. That's the only emergency we can think of. That's it.
Yeah,
An emergency should not be an emergency. An emergency should be insurrection, war, and natural disasters. That's what that you know. That's a term of art, and that's what it should be. It shouldn't be that you just declare, yeah, take over emergency. You can't use them for dialysis. Yeah, you could use them for some of these buses. You could use them for as clinics for mammogram testing. You could use them for mobile dental clinics. You could use them for dialysis clinics as well. You could use them for so many purposes. And again, they wouldn't be on the road every single day, right? They wouldn't be on the road every single day. And then we're going to show them later on. We're going to show them how the government is how we believe that this scheme was concocted. We believe it's a scheme. And the reason why we believe it's a scheme, because we know the prices of these buses. We know the prices of these buses. So that's why we believe it's a scheme. But we're going to provide them with recommendations. And the recommendations, I don't know if they'll take them, but essentially what the recommendations, one of the recommendations is that you just get rid of all of these buses. You use them for Jamal schools, you use them for basic schools, you use them for dialysis, use them for anything but traveling, but transportation for the children. Use them for anything but that. You can even use them. You know what they could do? They could even get two of them, convert them into like a learning center. And when children, when they leave school, you put some, you outfit them with computers, and you have the Wi-Fi so that they could come, they could play games, and they know you have their attention. No, you could teach them, you could have them do homework. You outfit them with computers and internet. Oh, it's there, Kevin?
Yeah, the new one is up.
All right, here we are, people. All right, so we talked about that already. Here we go. Many districts donate retired buses. We went through this one already. And
no,
we
man,
have the
you
next one.
need to take down that one, man.
Oh, this is not it?
No. That one you need to take down.
Which one
you need to share mine.
Where is it? I don't see it.
Beside me.
Oh, this one? This one? Okay. Oh, so I need to take down this one. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. People, I'm technically challenged. Me need one of them buses of your learning center. All right. Yeah. So then now, please go to the next one. Next slide, sir. All right, here we go now, people. Remember, we showed you that this is a problem for the children. And here it is right here. Here it is right here. The EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, an agency within the United States government. It says they are the ones who provided $5 billion over 5 years. And Minister Vaz mentioned that. It says 2022 to 2026. But the money, I think the money is finished already to replace existing school buses with zero emission and clean school buses. So if these buses were great, they wouldn't be trying to get rid of them. And as of July 2025, the grants have funded over 8,500 electric school buses, benefiting over 16 million students in nearly every state. Next slide, sir. All right. There's a significant push for electric school buses in the U.S. Many states and school districts are increasingly adopting electric buses. Why? To reduce carbon emissions and improve health by cutting toxic tailpipe emissions. Right? Next one. No, wait a minute. Go back. Okay. Yeah, that's advocacy to get the electric buses. Go ahead, please.
Yeah.
All right, here it is now. The district surplus auctions are often conducted online, and you can get these buses, ladies and gentlemen. They could be yours, anywhere from $500 to $3,000. From $500 to $3,000. So that's why we're asking. That is when you go through the auction. You know, if you go directly to the school district, you're going to get them cheaper because they go get rid of them. And as Bim tell you, they brought the bus. They drove the bus to his location and said, "Here's the bus." He didn't have to go pick it up. And it says some districts may offer buses free to other public agencies or non-profits like OJLDF, right? And in Alachua County, they donated 40. They gave away 40 of their own. Donated. So 40 free buses. That's more than where that's more than where we would have get, because our buses and we are get them for $1. But see, some people get 40 buses free. Next slide, my brother. So they could tap into the thing with the school districts. Here's another one. They could partner with the Manufacturers Foundation, because Bluebird has a foundation. Thomas has a foundation. There's another bus company called IC. They have an outreach program, and they give away new and electric buses in Georgia and to nonprofits. And here it is. Jamaica could have negotiated corporate social responsibility donations of retired diesel buses while pledging to buy electric buses later. So they could have said, listen, we'll take all of the old buses that you have, and what we will do in the future, we will pledge to buy the electric buses from you when you no longer need them after a year, 2 years, or whatever. They could have negotiated that. And all of this could have gone through the embassy, or it could have gone embassy in Jamaica, or it could have gone through the embassy here, or it could have gone through the diaspora. So many angles to engage the manufacturers. Next slide, sir. They could leverage multilateral and philanthropic channels. Organizations like USAID, World Bank, or IADB, Inter-American Development Bank, they often finance school transportation initiatives. They say, yes, we see where you're trying to develop the skill set, the mental acuity of your young population so that they can become responsible members of the society. So they said, yes, we will get involved. We will do that. Remember now, you see all of the money when them get $750 million for COVID, and we still don't get an accurate accounting of where the money went. Them could I get money for buy the buses? No, go back.
Yeah.
Oh, go forward. Oh, that's it. Yeah. There we are. Yeah. Look at that. There's a program in Lebanon, and the USAID. This was before, recent developments, but they donated a fleet of 100 new buses to public schools across rural and refugee impacted areas. 100. That's better than our deal in being, because our deal is 110 buses for $110. Here it's 100 buses for nothing.
Yep.
And then
Yeah.
Global Giving hosts they host multiple projects that fund school buses for children in developing countries such as Cameroon and South Africa. Next slide, sir. And Kevin spoke about this a while ago. National Education Trust, that's a registered charitable organization. And they could leverage Jamaican diaspora groups to coordinate with districts on acquiring the buses that would otherwise be scrapped. Because a lot of these buses, they get scrapped because nobody don't want them. They could use the international vehicle donation platforms. They could pursue grants and funds focused on electrification and safe transport. They could partner with global education and development programs. They could engage with bus manufacturers. These are all the things that they could have done as part of their due diligence. Next slide, please. All right. Now we are going to get tonight now, people. No, we are going to get tonight. No. Approximate cost per bus. Now, Minister Vaz, I hope you pay close attention. Because you are our servant. You are our employee. We send you out to go buy something, and you mess around and you come back with junk. And so now we're asking the question now. We're going to dig a little bit deeper now. The bus, each bus, you could get it. You see it says zero, donation or purchase. You could get and we went a little bit on the high side, because you could have gotten this bus. The 2010, the bus 59, that bus was $1. And that was purchased. It was not donation. But you could get a bus, a 2010 bus, anywhere from $0 to $4,000 US dollars. The shipping would be $4,000 to $6,000 bulk shipping, depending on where you're shipping it from. Refurbishing and retrofitting, if done in the United States, would cost you $2,000 to $3,000. So now you're talking about putting the door on the right side. Now you're talking about the Wi-Fi and all of these things, the
GPS.
geofencing, the GPS, all that technology is cheap. Don't make him tell you that. It's cheap. And especially, and if you, and the reason why we don't even put transportation, land transportation, is because if you buy them in Florida and if you buy them in Broward or Dade County, how much is it going to cost you to get it to the port of Miami? What, $10? Right. $10? How much is it going to cost you? Nothing. So the subtotal now you're going to end up approximately, and these are approximate numbers, somewhere between 6,000 and 13,000. That is to purchase the bus, refurbish the bus, retrofit the bus, ship the bus. All of that. When costs, depending on the bus you get, it's going to be between 6,000 and 13,000. Then them says a 30% concession. We have found out that it's 20%. So the government is charging the government tax to bring the vehicle in. We're going to get to how you avoid that. So the tax is going to be the 30%, and we were told today it's 20%. It's going to be somewhere between 1,800 and 3,900. So the total we're looking at to get a bus in Jamaica landed on Upper Lindus Road
ready to go,
and ready to go is somewhere between as low as 7,800 or as high as maybe $17,000. Now remember, people, Minister Vaz was given $1.4 billion by the cabinet to buy the buses. That comes out to, at an exchange rate, I think of 150, it come out to like $8 million plus dollars. $8 million plus dollars, right? And what that means is that each bus would be allocated about 80,000 80,000 US dollars. So let's say it's a high one. Let's say it's 17,000. How much are you missing, Kevin? 17,000, yes, 63,000.
63 per bus. Well, 53 per bus. Well, 80,000, right? 80,000,
yeah.
All
right.
63 per bus.
63 per bus, right? Where is the $63,000 per bus? Per bus, where is the $63,000? Next slide, please, my brother. Here we go. Here we go, people. The average exchange rate in March of this year was $1 US. You get 158 Jamaican dollar. So at 1.4 billion, divide by 158, you get 8.86, almost 8.9 million US dollars. And using the highest estimate per bus, which is 69. And that, remember now, the 69 include purchasing the bus, refurbishing the bus, retrofitting the bus, shipping the bus, and the 30% concession. When you do that for 110 buses, see how much you come up with there? $1.8 million. Now, remember now, Minister Vaz received 8.8. 8.8. So when you subtract 1.8 from 8.86, you end up with 7.7 million US dollars. Where is that money? Where is that money?
$1 million question.
It me.
How much are the bus them there in Jamaica?
Not enough. Not as but as promised, because we were told that all the buses would be in Jamaica by July, and from what I've been told, not all of the buses are in Jamaica. But I have another question for you. And Bim, see if you can answer this question here.
Yes.
The buses are going island-wide. They're going to send them all over the country from Negril Point to Moran Point. Now, let's say you have a bus broke down in a Westmoreland, 2 bus broke down in a Westmoreland, 2 broke down in a Portland, 2 in a St. Elizabeth, and 2 in a Trelawney. Where will the buses be fixed?
Linders Road.
How are you going to get them to Linders Road, Papa?
You're going to have to hire big tow trucks when it costs you big bucks to tow it from all that distance to go in there.
Yeah. You're going to bring a bus from Westmoreland. You're going to tow it from Westmoreland, come all the way to Linders Road?
Yeah, you're going to have and any kind of tow truck, it's got to be a 10-wheeler tow truck to tow that stuff coming there.
Yes.
So
where they gonna put the depots? Are they gonna put depots in every county, every parish, or just have it centralized? And then also, where will you get these mechanics? Because guess what happened now? Nothing against shade tree mechanics. We love them. Because them serve a purpose and things like that. But only certain things they can fix. I've been told that these buses, you have to be trained. ASC, you have to be highly trained to work on these buses. We see one the other day with the man throw water and I get ready for throw water and the radiator.
Oh,
and
we have the video for that too.
Oh, please. No, but we can finish this and then we show the water. Next slide, please. Go if I come back to that one now. There it is. Well, we're respectful around here, so it's also Minister DARYL Vaz. Yeah, where is the 1.2 billion, which is 7.7 million US dollars? Where is that money? Next slide, sir. Okay. All right. Now, I could tell you now about the recommendations. We're going to give them, we'll give them the benefit of some common sense here. Minister Vaz say him have common sense, but I think him only use it whenever I feel like. It's not so common after all. Here's what we suggest. We said, listen, and we're going to show you some things now. The JUTC buses on some routes, they're unprofitable, they're empty. So we said, Minister Vaz, why didn't you just say, and we know people going to say, no, him couldn't tell you that because he want to use the money elsewhere. He want to put the money somewhere. We know people. But just bear with me. We'll say, if you really cared about the people, the children of Jamaica, and by the way, Minister Vaz's grandchildren not going to ride on none of them buses there, the member of parliament, them for them children and grandchildren will not be taking these buses. But here's what we said. We said, here's what you do. Why don't you reconfigure the routes, right? For JUTC, the luxury buses them. And then what you do is you get some of the buses right there, the coaster buses on the left, you get them as feeder buses. So they're the ones who go up, in the hinterland of Jamaica. They're the ones who go up the hills and the crevices and the bad roads and all that, because they can do it. Go up there and take the children, bring them down to a road like this where you have the luxury buses now that can take them if their school is in a place where these buses can go, and then you have the feeder bus system. So the smaller buses go up there, pick them up, bring them down on the flat, and then these buses now will take them to school, bring them back here, and then the feeder bus system will take them up. Why they didn't think about something like that? I don't know why. The other thing is let me just see it. The other thing has to do with the Procurement Act. With the Procurement Act, we need to tighten it up. We've had 2 amendments so far. We need to tighten it up and put stiffer penalties for public officials who do this kind of thing. We need to tighten it up. That's recommendation number 2. And recommendation number 3, if they were thinking about the children and the people of Jamaica, here is what they would do. Because you hear Minister Vaz say, oh, we have to pay a concession and it's high. Fine. Here's my suggestion. My suggestion is this. The head of state of Jamaica is not the prime minister. The head of state of Jamaica is the King of England, who's also the King of Jamaica. And he's represented by a man who carries the title Governor General.
Right.
Now, the Governor General, based on his status, does not pay taxes. He no pay duties. He no pay none. And it says anything that come in to help him with the accomplishment of his duties or come for his possession, he pays no duties, no taxes, nothing. Because of him I run things. Him no pay no income tax, him no pay nothing at all. So my advice then is this. If the government cannot find a way to bring the buses in for free, if they have to pay the 30%, well, all they have to do is go to the Governor General and say, listen, you're the head of state. What we're going to do is make you the patron of the rural school bus program. And then we're going to fund the money. We're going to allocate the funds through your office. And we can even put up your logo, the Governor General logo upon the bus them. And we can say under the patronage of, and we'll put your name there and make you run the thing. And we don't pay no taxes. And then we want you come out and we want you ride on the bus and do a PR on the bus with the children, cut some ribbons because you're good on that, right? Have some of the buses park up at King's House, have the media come in, and you give a fancy speech. And that's what you do. And these people, but you know what? Somebody told me that there was a reason why they're paying the 30%. Or the 20%, whatever it is, the concession they're paying, there's a reason why they're paying it. There's a reason why they're paying. And the reason is not a good reason. It's not a good reason. Let me see the next slide, Kevin, please. Oh, my goodness gracious, Kevin. My goodness gracious. See the buses them where I talk about, I know. And see the Minister of Health, him get one free from Toyota Jamaica, and he got it on July 21st. A little over a month ago, him get Theme Bus free. Him get one free. So why is it we couldn't go and say, okay, you know what, Toyota of Jamaica, we are going to buy some buses, and tell you what, you have never had this many buses ordered from you. So we are going to pay, we are going to give you 10, we'll buy 100, and you give it 10 free. And we are going to pay a discounted rate. And then you put in all of the bells and whistles that we need now. Toyota of Jamaica would jump at that.
But, Roddy.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Bim.
Yeah, I'm saying about that's to tell you that the students was not their consideration, because if you work out how much bus per parish out of that 110 buses, it would be about 7 to a parish, and 7 to a parish can't carry much kids between 6 and 8 o'clock when school starts. So that would be just a tip in the bucket.
That's true.
So
that's true.
If you run one, the most one bus could run in the morning is one route. To get the school and get the kids to school on time. So,
right. Mm-hmm.
So we know. I know it wasn't about the children. I know it's just a way to maximize the amount of money they can get out of that scheme. It's simple as that. All the solution we're trying to find, take me right back to the beginning. They want to maximize as much money as they could get out of that scheme. That's why they come to the US instead of going to Japan or somewhere else.
Yeah, and Paul and everybody in the chat. Here's please just stay with me as I make the argument. The argument I'm making, is this: that they could have done these things that we're talking about, but we know that the interest was never about the children. That's the argument I'm making. I'm saying they could have done these things that we're talking about, but they didn't. Because remember, they're the first to tell us that they are the best and the brightest. And don't forget, the Prime Minister said, why am I pay them more money because I attract the best and the brightest? So we know, we don't believe that the interest of the people of Jamaica and the children of Jamaica, the interests were paramount in importance to the legislators and the parliamentarians. We know that because the evidence speaks for itself. But I'm just trying to give you an idea of things that could have been done. I know. So please, people, just bear with me. I know that that is not what was done because their interests were not for the benefit of the children and the people of Jamaica. I know that, but I'm just showing you that. I remember now what we start out. We start out and start talk about the law. We start talk about procurement and show you how the procurement how the rules were bent and maybe broken. We start out with that and see where we are now. Now we are where things that they could have done, considering that these buses were being donated or sold at heavily discounted rates. And now we have over 7 million that we're asking, where did this money go? And we've remember now, Mr. Vaz was the one who said that I have all the paperwork, I cross all the T's, I dot all the I's. And we're saying to him, okay, fine, well, show us. And so far, we haven't seen anything. And you know why why it's taking so long? Because there's a company out in Chicago, We never talked about that yet, Kevin. We talked about that a couple of weeks ago, but we never dig. We not talk about the stuff that we find out about the company yet. Where that company sent out an invoice for over $400,000 to purchase and ship buses from the US to Jamaica, the 26 buses, right? We never go into that yet because we need to find out from this gentleman how we're getting at this mix up. We need to find out. Now, I have been getting information, but I just don't. I've been told that there is a person that could be affected by if certain information is released at this point. But there will come a point very soon when the information will be released and the truth will be told.
Or uninvolved.
Yeah, the truth will be told. Give me another slide, please, Kevin. Here it is right here. Chris Berry. I don't know if you know him. He's the head of an investment company in Jamaica and very influential man. And he loves to tweet, and he tweeted, he said, look, today I passed a shiny new JUTC bus in Yallas en route to Kingston. And he says, I'm just not understanding why JUTC would be driving empty buses so far. There was no one in the bus. No one. So that's what I'm saying. They could have taken these routes, some of these routes, and reconfigure the whole thing so that they could take some of the new buses, some of these JUTC buses, and partner with the smaller coasters and have a feeder program so that the smaller buses would go up and bring the children down. And then these JUTC buses would then take them to school. We don't see that. Yeah, CEO of Mayberry. Yeah, very, very, very influential firm, very influential person. Hit me that, Kevin. All right, here it is. Based on social media posts from August 2025, JUTC buses have been spotted operating with few or no passengers. While the company's official channels have not addressed this specific issue, the recent expansion of JUTC services into more rural areas and the low ridership levels may be a contributing factor. So, honestly, the problem, fix it. Fix it. Is that it, Kevin? I think that's it, right? Oh, here it is. 55% of Jamaicans approve the rural school bus system. Listen, I think it should be higher than that. I think it should be like 100% of Jamaicans support the rural school bus system in principle. Not the way it's being implemented.
Facts.
Not the way it's being financed. None of that. But we say, yes, the children living in the rural sections of Jamaica, they deserve, we have an obligation to provide transportation for them to get to school. Because an educated population will drive the success of your country. You can't have dunce people around country. You cannot. We have some thieving people in our parliament, but when you talk about the youngsters, we need to get them to schools. And then here's another thing to Kevin. Aren't our priorities screwed up because we're spending over $8 million, right? With buses that are unsafe to traveling from a health perspective and also from the road safety. And then we take them to schools that have no resources and have no real teachers. Make that make sense to me. You spend $8 million to say, we'll get them to school, but when them get to school, there's nothing there. No audio visual, no books, chichanyama after desk them, the ceiling are dropped down, the walls are cave in.
That's another project though.
Okay.
And in another 4 or 5 years, it will become an emergency.
Okay, sir. And you see, remember now, the Prime Minister, I want to know who is the real leader of this country. Because I wonder if it's Mr. Vaz or Mr. Holness. Because Mr. Holness came out and said that the children would ride for free. At least in St. Thomas where it was. Mr. Vaz came out and said, no, schoolers have to pay, it have to cost them $100 a day round trip. And then now we hear when them come out. Now you look how them come out and say, oh, they'll ride for free for 2 months. What will happen after 2 months?
Either them stop ride or them start pay.
What will happen? People, you see how cruel and wicked these people are? This is a common tactic, Kevin. Them starve you, and then them give you a little feeding, and you're grateful, and you forget that you were starved before, and then them go back to starving you again after the election. You see the video with the people I've run down the Kentucky, the KFC thing, where they might give them KFC for free?
You have it.
No, have it. I mean, people, come on. Open up your eyes. Them starve you, give you a little thing, and you don't even realize that what they might give you, It's yours, they might give you, Yours that you should be getting every day, they might give you once every 4 years. And you so happy you take it and you just say, yes, them people are great. That is not holding people accountable. That is not holding people accountable. What else we have, Kevin? Let me move this.
That is it for that. So you can take it off.
What is this? Hold on. Remove. What is this one here?
That was your boss, man.
Okay, from studio. All right, so I move that. Okay, I'll play this one here. Let me see what else is here, people. Well, I mean, it's sad. Oh, here's the one. People, this bus are finished.
People,
You can see what?
see the garbage our Prime Minister buy? See the people? The garbage our Prime Minister buy? Right in Mandeville, Greenville Center, Community Center, that. Look at it. What a disgrace. All bust them, man. My God. This taxpayer money go by? My God. What a disgrace. I have to go big water. See it there? I have to go big water because I don't have enough water. Look at it. Go big water, see there? You got big water. Oh my God. Gonna beg the gas station water. For sure now.
Let me just tell on the right now, That bus they finishing them through water night and that bus they finish. Finish. Bim, what you say?
Yeah, man. It's those buses need the water. Strictly antifreeze.
Not even 50-50?
Even 50-50 will work, but well, like in Jamaica, the 50-50 will work, but like up north where the temperature can
right.
Get really cold, so use strictly antifreeze. But in Jamaica, the 50-50 will work.
Well, let me just tell you, Bim, that I spoke to a mechanic.
Yeah.
Mechanic who them work on these buses, Thomas and Bluebird, and the man told me, him said, that bus, you put the water in it, it's finished because it's a special blend of antifreeze that they use. So once you throw the water in it, That's it. Because him start telling me the mechanics of it and say to go warp the head, and then you have problems. And see the bus broke down anyway, And make them know so our bus not broke down, our bus are running.
What that bus could go anywhere across the states. All I need to get diesel it up.
That's all we need to do with diesel it up, my brother. Right. And people want to know, say, Beam and Bam said to me, say, listen, when we get the buses, them say we can do two things. We can just carry it, go up Port of New York, Port of Baltimore, or if you want, we can just go up on a road trip and we can just drive them, go down to Miami in a convoy and just drop them off down there and make the people, send them down to the people of Jamaica. So we have a lazy, leechy Governor General, but I think I'm going to reach out to him and tell him, say, listen, use your power and become the patron of whatever we're trying to do. Bring in the buses and get the buses to people who really want the buses to use as libraries, learning centers, clinics of all sorts, prostate testing, mammogram, dental, whatever it is. So they're not driving these things every day. Them just go once a week as a community service and just drive up and say, all right, people, all of you in the community who normally would not see a doctor until something wrong with them, let's do early screening. Come in and do it. Look at this, people. I was started there. Hold on 1 second, folks. Let me video file. Hold on. We always have to play this gentleman here.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
And the reason why we have to do it's a good introduction to almost anything you're going to do regarding this government, because you can't trust them. Here's one reason why we can't trust them. Listen to this, people, because now we're getting into the election mode. Well, we're in the election mode, but I want to play you something that our Prime Minister said, a major promise that was not kept. Here.
Could be a step closer to establishing a fixed election date. Prime Minister Andrew Holness explains that the move is necessary to eliminate the uncertainty that exists in the business community when elections are imminent. A fixed election date was a promise made by Mr. Holness while on the campaign trail. Speaking during his contribution to the budget debate on Tuesday in Parliament, the Prime Minister said he has instructed Justice Minister Delroy Truck to commence the necessary legislative work.
Notwithstanding these exceptional circumstances, if we are serious about fiscal discipline and obeying our own fiscal rules, elections can no longer be allowed to supervene the fiscal cycle. Neither should the country be disrupted by protracted periods of uncertainty, mobilizing, demobilizing, and then mobilizing again according to political expediency. This comes at a significant cost to businesses and delays the growth agenda. The experience underscores the reason why Jamaica must move to a fixed election date. To this end, I have given instructions to the Minister of Justice to table a ministry paper and draft legislation for the fixing of elections.
According to Mr. Holness, a fixed election date is critical to the country's growth agenda. He says the decision should not be seen as a political move.
The Minister presented me with the green paper today. He will table it at a future date in Parliament, and we have started drafting legislation for a fixed election. Mr. Speaker, a critical plank of the growth agenda is to reduce the uncertainty of government action, reduce the time for decisions, flatten the hierarchical structures, and speed up the bureaucratic processes. This will reduce political risk and government-related risks in investments, thereby making Jamaica a more competitive environment. A fixed election date is not merely a political initiative, it is more so a competitive initiative.
That was back, I think that was back in 2017. And here it is, we're still here. No fixed election date. In fact, we had to wait, anticipating when he would announce the election date. And yet still, we don't hold him accountable as we should. And here's one of the reasons why we don't hold him accountable. Here's the reason. We vote with the belly.
And convenience.
We vote with the belly, people. Them. I won't even answer them trick way. Kevin, what the one there? What the other one there? With Minister Boss. Wait there. You know that? Oh, see ya. I wouldn't even say them trick way. Them a trick it. Here's why them do it. They know us. They know us better than we know ourselves. And here's what they think of us.
Oh my God. And they're stupid.
Hear that one more time.
They're dunce.
Oh
they're
my
dark. And they're stupid.
Rewind.
They're dunce.
Oh
they're
my
dark. And they're stupid.
That's why they do what they can. They do and get away with it, because we allow them. And this is how they feel about us. They feel that we are dunce, we are dark, and we're stupid. Hold on there. Wait, picture there with him, Kevin. Kevin, with the picture. Oh, me no see it up here. The picture with him.
The picture is actually another video.
No. There's one picture with Minister Vaz and his family.
Oh, yep. No, man. It's not. You won't find it there. So those are videos.
Oh, which part is there?
It's on the other side.
All right. Hold on a second there. Let me show the people. Help me find it quick there. Are you say there?
Yeah, I think I had dropped it there in the bus, but if it's not there, okay, all right, it's all right. It might be in the miscellaneous one.
Oh, I think it's in a miscellaneous. Oh, yeah. Did you do that?
Oh, I thought you had it.
No. No, the miscellaneous one is about a certain politician out in the east that we have the background done people. It's right here. It's not that. It's not that.
All right. Let me borrow the mouse, eh?
Yeah, please go ahead, sir. So you see people. What about now?
I have it. Fret not, I have it.
Okay. You see, Jamaica is more than 90% occupied by people who look like me. And I take umbrage when somebody like Minister DARYL Vaz would make a comment like that, simply because you asked about the bus, the rural bus program that he's in charge of. Or he put himself in charge of it. Or the cabinet allowed him. I take umbrage to that statement. I find it highly offensive that you would have come out and make a statement like that. And what that see there, that Kevin, yeah, man, fling it over here quick there. This, well, on the Kevin, Mr. Anxious for Sita. All right, like that.
Yeah, man.
People, remember now, you know, they make promises, don't fulfill the promises. Give you some KFC, give you a little bickle in your belly, and you say, yeah, man. And then you say, right now, I'm going to make the money go and run my company. And you're a company, you know. You're a company, and your employee treat you like garbage, and you said, I'm going to make him stay still. And your employer make more money than you. Your employee actually appear you, the employer, when feel like, which is a 2-piece chicken and some money and a t-shirt. And again, here's what I'm doing.
Oh my God. And they're stupid.
Yes, I'm talk about most away. Here it again. Make that lick no.
They're dunce.
Oh
they're
my
dark. And they're stupid.
Make that lick no like a sledgehammer. Here it goes.
They're dunce.
Oh
they're
my
dark. And they're stupid.
No, let me ask you something now. You think Minister Vaz would have said this about them people I know what me I go show no? Hold on a second there. Look on them people here. You think Minister Vaz going to call them people dunce, dark and stupid? You think if one of them people look on him and say, Minister Vaz, or say to him say, Daddy, or Hosey, or whatever, you know, the program there, you know, there are some issues with the program, you know. You think him will look on them and tell them, say, them dunce, them dark, and them stupid? Think about it. But him not hesitate for call we, because we have become our own victims. We have placed ourselves in the position to become victims. And so remember this, people. You teach people how to treat you. You teach people how to treat you. And so we have taught them that this is acceptable, the way they have treated us. But Virgin T go say all the meat look white. Tigo na around, you know. Tigo na around. Tigo say all the meat look white. Him say nothing black in everything there. Everything white. They are dumb, they are dark, and they're stupid. And we sit back and we pretend as if we don't hear these comments. We sit back and pretend as if we don't hear these comments. And that's why every time I sit down around this thing here, I am inspired by my background. I'm inspired by my background. Because that has propelled me to where I am now, that I can look on them people and tell them to them face, to them full of you know what. And when them people see me, them have to respect me. I mean, know all of them, you know. I know all of them, and there's a certain mood they come and respect. Them not like me. But them have to respect me. And that's all I ask. I'm not asking for you to like me. I'm just asking that you respect me. No, not asking. I'm demanding that you respect me. And them know that. So, you see, when you demand something like that and people know say you're serious and you know what you're talking about, you will get it. But you see, if you go as if you're accepting of anything, the crumbs and anything, any comments they make to you, just accepting of it, that's it. And that's why education is so important. Because once you demonstrate to them that you're no fool, you might look fool, but you're no fool. Once you demonstrate that to them, it's a different ball game. It's a completely different ball game. And that's why the spectacle of run down a truck or truck a give you food and this and that, and you have on the shirt and the colors and a carry on. That's why it's upsetting to me. It's upsetting to me. Because as a people, we should not be here. We stand on the shoulders of greatness, and yet we display weakness. We are complicit in our own suffering. Not all of us, but many of us, we are complicit because we don't stand for anything and we fall for anything them tell we. We're not critical thinkers. We're believers. Whatever them tell you, you believe. Them tell you, say, yeah, piece of this, and you believe it. You believe it. How many journalists have come out and said, Mr. Vard, that statement is unacceptable in Jamaica 2025? Coming from you. How many journalists have said that? Me, I'm not a journalist, but I know who I am. I know where I come from. I have a clear vision of where I'm going. And none of them people here can talk to me any way. None of them. Because you see, once you respect yourself, you are going to portray that image there. That you, to the person in front of you, that no, me respect myself so much that me now going to make you come disrespect me. Our ancestors must be turning in their graves right now. Because them say we died for change. But this is change for the worse. This is not change for the better. When a man can come, a man who you elect, your public servant, to say, we want you to establish a rural school bus program for our children who are most in need of transportation to get to school. And then that man turns around and buy garbage buses. Garbage, every sense of the word. And then when you question him turning back on you and say, you're too bad, man. And we accept it. And the people, and think about it, some of us who are jump up and down when them say you're too bad, man, I feel some of you pick, I forgot right on them, the buses there, we are going to cause asthma and all kind of problems later on, you know. And we have to go pay for them, pay for the buses, you know, round trip, we have to go pay for the buses, you know. They take your money and say, give me more money on top. This public school bus system is supposed to be for free. Supposed to be for free. And we sit down there and make the man tell us that we have bad mind. And Uno not understands that when he say bad mind is because he cannot answer the questions. Because if he could, he would have answered the questions and man shut you up. And this is coming from the very top. The Prime Minister has uttered this phrase on numerous occasions, them bad mind. And them said bad mind because guess what happened? It appeals to our base instincts. It appeals to the populace. You know, because we, as Jamaicans, we say, yeah, man, too bad, man. And so it's a slogan. But it's more than a slogan. It's a description of how they feel about us. That they can just dismiss you with just saying you're bad mind without answering your questions. We need to stand up people and let them know that those days are over. Each one must teach one. And that's why even if I have one person around here every Saturday who's just listening to me and we can have an exchange and they can understand what's going on and then they can take the message out and share it with us, with a stranger, with a friend, with a relative, with a neighbor. If one person can walk away learning something every Saturday from this program, I am grateful, I'm thankful, I'm happy. Because that is my mission. That when you come around here every Saturday, I'm supposed to provide you with something, if it's even food for thought, that you can walk away and say, okay, I understand that. I understand that. And I've left the picture up there for you to take a close look at the person who's saying them dumb, them dark, and they're stupid. This is unacceptable. And it's about time we just say, when something is unacceptable, we say it, we call it out for what it is. But we should no longer accept it and swallow it and digest it and pretend as if it's in our belly. See, I never come from a stock of people where, as you'd call educated. I'm the first one in my family to graduate from high school. I am the first one in my family. Stand corrected. I'm the first one in my family to go to high school. I'm the first one in my family to graduate from high school. I'm the first one in my family to go college. I'm the first one in my family to graduate from college. I'm the first one in my family to go to law school. I'm the first one in my family to graduate from law school. So you can understand where I'm coming from, because my parents sacrificed so that them people here not supposed to tell me them things there. Nobody's supposed to tell them things there, much less them people here, people who you vote for and say, you are my servant. And here's what happens. If you view Jamaica as a company, and we're all shareholders in this company, and we elect a board called the Cabinet and the Government of Jamaica, and they are doing and they have done and they will continue to do what they are doing, there's only one way. Fire them. We need to fire the board. How much more time you're going to give this board? This board has been sitting there in 2016, and the problem is this, that we have not had board meetings. We have not attended board meetings, our shareholders meetings. They haven't called one, we haven't asked for one. And so them just do whatever they want to do. And that's why when you show up and say, board of directors, how have you spent the money? Them say, go, you're too bad, man. And what we do? We sheepishly walk away with the tail between our legs. And the popular refrain is this: I saw the thing set. I know so it's set. I saw you set it. But I know so it's set. And until we realize that we are the true employers, until we realize that we are the financiers, until we realize that we are the owners, things will never change. We have to come to the realization there has to be an awakening. You know what? Let me read this again, because this thing is just... Enough things are fly up in the media, I know. But let me just read you again. Let me read you again what I read early in the program for those of you who you're coming in late. Yeah, say somebody just right, man. The production team member right and said, why did HOLNESS didn't come up with the idea, the atmospheric water system for the people in the cockpit country? I'm not care. I'm not care. It's a crab in a barrel mentality, you know. Him come from out of the ghetto and him reach up there. So him not looking back. Because he must say a crab in a barrel, them people, and them are going to try bring me down. And me belong up here so with them people who sit on the screen. Me belong with them people. Them are my combo. Are my people them here. Not uno when me left. Fling stone and turn him back. Let me read you for those of you who just joined us, read your Rattigan's Declaration of Truth and Power. Here we go. Ancestors, guardians of our destiny, Nanny's drum, Sharp's fire, Bogle's cry. Your voices still call us to stand unbroken. You bore the weight of bondage, yet carved freedom's path, kindling a light that guides us now as we choose Jamaica's tomorrow. Let conscience be our compass, truth our ink, integrity our seal. Let no silver tongue or sidelong deal outbid the hungry child, the waiting patient, the worker's wage. We vote not for colors, but for covenant. Schools that teach, clinics that heal, buses that serve the people, budgets that balance with justice, contracts signed in sunlight, not in shadows. If power forgets the people, may the people remember power belongs to them. If leaders break their word, may our X be the quiet thunder that restores it. Ancestors, walk beside us to the booth. Steady the hand, clear the sight, strengthen the will. So when the counting's done, Jamaica can say, we chose the harder right over the easier wrong. And after the cheers, keep us faithful to watch, to question, to hold to account, until freedom is not a promise, but a practice. People, I'll cherish this. I'll cherish this. This speaks to my soul. Speaks to my soul. Because I don't see myself as this.
Oh my God. And they're stupid. They are dunce. Oh my God. And they're stupid.
Play it so that I can sear it into your cranium. Play it so that you can think and say, this is what they think about us. They're dunce. They're dark. And they're stupid. Arise, people. You're not dunce. You're not dark. You're not stupid. You have a brain. Exercise it. Kevin.
As you say, arise, people. I was immediately starting to look for a picture that we have used where the game is played on our backs.
Oh, and said if the people rise, the game is over.
Game is over.
Yeah.
Game is over. We are much better than this. And we see glimmers of it, of how much better we are. And it's kind of interesting. Here we are campaigning orange and green. And I saw a video of everybody like carnival, reveling in the streets, the way it should be. The way it should be. If only, I can't say it enough, if only that could be transferred into the leadership. If that could be transferred into how communities are developed. I can't win elections this week. And for the next 15 weeks, all there is before the next election is my little community and the road in my community alone getting fixed. Make it make sense. This mentality have to change. And one way or another, I believe this is where it starts to change. Regardless how the votes go on September 3rd, I do believe there will be a change. A change in holding government accountable is definite. That is definitely going to happen. Why? Because people have realized now that there are ways that we can go about doing that. And the push for prosecution because of persecution, because don't get it twisted, when you're being taken advantage of, you're persecuted. And the moment we get to the point where there can be prosecution for persecution, then we end up in a much better place. When I reach it, because these very things that are being put in place that are supposed to be helping us, there needs to be ways to maintain it. So here it is, they get the buses. Cool, Will alluded to it earlier. They get the buses where they're getting fixed. Who can fix them? But of course, things like that will bring jobs. Because now we're training people and we're giving them a skill. A skill that is not going to be used only in one area, but can be used across many areas. What that does is take our children off the streets.
Mm-hmm.
When we take our children off the streets, we're building better communities. When we build better communities, we end up with a better nation. If you don't see how the dots connect at this point, then you're just blind. You may as well just go dig a hole and lay in it, because there's no help for you. This is where things change. This is where we step up, we step out, and we talk with our heads held high. We don't hold on our head and say, boy, you want to say, no. Hold up your head and talk straight. Because our government is accountable to us. The moment we let that go, we end up having an authoritarian system. And you read the history books. Nobody in Jamaica wants to have that. The people that had it didn't want it. So why, if we don't have it, we're going to want to take it up? No. So there's a fight beyond the fight. If things become authoritarian, it's going to be so much worse. And it's done bad already. So let's start getting our answers that we demand, because they're ours to get.
Mm-hmm.
Let's hold them account. And if we don't have anybody in Jamaica that will do the legal side of things, then we need to leave Jamaica, find the ways that they can be prosecuted outside of Jamaica, like the Magnitsky.
Mm-hmm.
Because the moment funds start funnel through a place other than in Jamaica that starts with U and end with A, then you have grounds. If it's illicit gain, then let's go. Prosecution, here we come. And so the little things that we can do are the things that make the big difference. This program right here is a little thing that started. How long now? 4 years, Will?
About three and a half. Yeah, 3.5, somewhere around there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And growing. The best part of it is, from this platform, people have learned that they have more strength, more bite than they realize. They realize even more so when they're being taken for a ride.
Mm-hmm.
And they're learning how to do something about it. We're not quite there yet. We still have a little bit further to go.
Mm-hmm.
But believe me, people, we can get there. It's not that far. We can get there. Well, apparently you just got something a while ago that stimulated you in a different kind of a way. I see you look up. Right.
No, Kevin, let me tell you something. And I'm trying to get folks to understand, to think critically and to understand that we are the masters of our own fate. Masters and mistresses.
Oh, remember what Bim on the line now?
Yeah, Bim.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Me get sometimes when we start getting in a mood, it's like me just want to get on my soapbox and I want to come off. Please jump into the conversation, brethren.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I was listening to the conversation about with the minister and the family was saying the dark and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And but when the people of Jamaica have to understand, like I'm a businessman, and then my employee take my resources and get rich, and I ask him, oh, you come by all this if your salary can cover it, and then he look for me as a business owner and tell me, oh, you bad mind. Make that make sense? Make that make any sense?
We're working on it. We're still a billet.
Yeah, don't make any sense. I don't know because I'm looking on it and it look to me like the man like Marcus Garvey must be thrown over in his grave, because from I was growing up going to school and the teaching of Marcus Garvey and people like that, and people still doing all that stuff and then give people their job, climb on their back, and then when they turn around I hear they calling them boss.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a train. I don't wear people have to get out of that mentality, and it seems like it's not getting any better. I thought we'll be way past this at this time at 2025.
Well, it's a journey. We're getting there. Like I said, we're getting there. But this is where people are opening their eyes. This is where people are starting to listen more than they talk.
Yeah.
Then if you listen, if you watch, I tell you something. I tell you, just look at it. Look at it's classism, because some of the people who think of us as being dumb, dark, and stupid, they look like us. Some of them. But look at how our employees, look at how they operate. They mentor them family to come and take for them seat or take a place at the big table of parliament. They mentor them. How many of them you say look in a place like behind me and say, listen, I'm going to take somebody from here and I'm going to mentor this person so that this person can become a leader in the community and can do the same thing I'm doing and exceed what I'm doing. That is one of the hallmarks of a leader, you know. A leader will develop leaders, not followers. A leader will develop leaders. And look how many of them you see take people like from places like behind me and take them to parliament and say, listen, I want you to learn at my feet. I'm going to teach you everything I know because I want you to grow up and I want you to take your rightful place in Jamaica. I want you to be a leader. I'm going to teach you everything I know. And then you take it. How many of them do that? How many of them? Who them mentor? They mentor them own family members. They mentor them friends. They mentor them neighbors. They mentor them lodge brother. Them and sis and we never know if woman in a lodge. We don't know nothing about lodge. They mentor them church brother and church sister. How many of them mentor people that they actually represent? How many of them? Yeah. How many? They don't. And why? Because they want to keep you dunce, dark, and stupid. They said it. That's how they control you. If they tell somebody this long enough, them start believe it. And a lot of us believe that we're dunce, dark, and stupid. And so only when certain people tell us things, and it's not, don't get me wrong, not all of them stay like this. Not all of us stay like that. But there's a significant amount of this going on, and we need to call it out. We need to admit that this is going on, and we need to implement a change. And the change can only come when you make that decision to change. That's when the change will come in. When you start respecting yourself, when you start educating yourself, when you start asking the right questions, when you start behaving in a certain manner, where you carry yourself. When you start do that, people start respecting. Otherwise, they won't. They won't. And look, it's election time. And what happened? It's gift. It's like Christmas.
Yeah, man.
It's like Christmas. All of the ribbon cutting, all of the food that give away, all of this, all of that. And remember, one of the first videos we played, there is life after campaigning. Remember that. Because if you're seeing them now, I heard that the Prime Minister in some rural parts of the country last night, late a campaign. You think them going to see him win, lose, or draw? You think them going to see him for the next 4 years?
Not happening.
You think? No. No. And so the power should flow from the people to their representatives, to their servants. Not the other way around. Not the other way around. And you see, what happened is that I would love to make, because there's a lot me have up here saying, and me have a whole heap of space for upload and I just download. Because me I learn too. But there's a lot up here, so. There's a lot up here, so. And I would just love to share it with people and empower people. And have people challenge me too and say, oh, that's wrong. Because I am not so arrogant that I'm not arrogant to the point where people can tell me things and say, see, right, I say you're wrong. I mean, look on them and say, nah. That is what we're finding out. Them people. Well, that is what we're finding out people like this man.
Could be a step closer to establish.
This man, yeah? We'll find that in him.
Neither should the
And we'll find it in the people like them.
And they're stupid.
That's what we'll find out them people there. And them call themselves, we call them leaders. We call them leaders, Kevin. Them treat you like dirt, and we call them leaders. Let me talk to the people of Portland. People of Portland. I am all about people. I don't care about political parties. Because here's what happened. Any political party that is not doing right by the people, I am going to call. And Kevin mentioned it earlier. Kevin said it every week. We're going to call out people. If you're not doing right by the people, we're going to call you out. And we're going to do what is necessary to educate the people about what is going on. Because here's what happened in my race, in my 100-meter race now. First place, people. Second place, people. Third place, people. And anything else? The public servants. People, people, people. That is my goal. That is my mission. And so the people who live at Portland, where this man come from, where must say all of them things here. Remember, 1.4, never let it escape you. 1.4 billion Jamaican dollars.
Don't mix it up.
8 point, whatever it is, 5 or 8
million
US dollars to provide transportation for people across the country, including your community. You have hired him. You have extended his employment. He's not performing. He's not performing. And so the choice is yours. You run this company called Jamaica. You run this company called, West Portland. You run that company. You put your board member there. And your board member turn on and spit in your face. And your board member is your employee. And what you do? You go wash your face and still keep the employee employed. Still keep the employee employed. No, that's not right. That's not right. You fire employees like that. You fire employees like that. And if you're independent, if you're an independent and objective thinker, if for no other reason, there are many reasons I can give you. I can talk to you about rooms. I was going to talk about that today. Rooms on the beach, where Minister Vaz was central to the sale of our land. Heavily discounted. Why the hell he never get the just like how discount or them discount our birthright, the beaches and everything, them discount that, rooms on the bay and the beaches and the surrounding here, them discounted from $13 million to $7 million. Why is it that him couldn't get the buses them discounted? Why? Why him couldn't say, hey, you know what? Give me the buses them and we'll give you a piece of beach. We'll give you a little piece of beach. What? I'm just being facetious, but what I'm saying is that he was willing, and the report is there. The Contractor General's report is there, and they're very critical of the role he played. I read it last night. Again, I read it last night. They're very critical of the role he played for the property to go from $13 million to $7 million. Think about that, people. This is a kind of board member. This is a kind of employee that you've put in charge of your business. Think about it. And then you're going to turn around and you're going to say, well, we will extend the employment. We're going to extend the employment. You're not performing the way that we expected, but we're going to turn a blind eye to it and just keep you employed. Come on, people. Come on. This is the same man who who tried to get government property up near Blue Mountain, and there's a public outcry. Why is it we don't hear the public outcry now? Why? This is the same man who was charged for corruption. Charged for corruption. This is the same man where we have a video where the man go through the red light like nothing, like I in backyard. Them just drive through and him said the light is a malfunction. Yeah, said the light wasn't working. That's his version of the story, but the video shows something else.
He's approaching the light is supposed to change. The light wasn't working.
Listen, people. Listen, there comes a time in your life, where you find issues that are bigger than you, that you're willing to take a stand on. And here it is that Minister Vaz, nothing he does is going to affect me. Nothing he does in Jamaica is affecting me, except when I see what he's doing to my people. But nothing he's doing is going to affect me as an individual directly. But indirectly, when I see what he's doing to my people, it hurts me to my core. And I'm concerned about that. But what I'm more concerned about is the people who are being hurt. And them just say, I saw the thing set. Or them run up and down and get a 2-piece chicken and them happy with that. 2-piece chicken, 10,000, 20,000, whatever it is, a t-shirt, a cap, and that is going to feed you now for the next 4 years, 4 or 5 years. That is going to feed you. That is going to provide sustenance. That are your bickle for the next 4 or 5 years. God helps those who help themselves. And if you don't want to help yourself by firing your grossly incompetent, inconsiderate employee, and you want your employee mash up your business, then all I can do is just talk. That's all I can do. And I'm willing to continue talking because I will never give up on you. Because I do believe that in a moment of epiphany, in a moment of silence, that it will resonate with you and say, you know what? We're actually going to say him right, you know. You know what, say him right. And if you can share that message with somebody and that person, the way you can then share it with other people, is a groundswell movement that start from Dungasan and go up. Then, hopefully we'll see change in due course. In a short space of time, we'll see change. But as long as we sit back and accept these things and forget the role played by our ancestors to get us where we are now, as long as we forget the sacrifices made by those people, including our parents, because most of us will come from sufferation. And if you forget that, then we have more than a problem. We have a very serious problem. Bim, jump in.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we always gonna have a serious problem if unless the people of Jamaica look around and said we have enough of all these people, and most of these guys, no, when I hear them speak, if I can't prove it, I don't believe them because they're always lying to you. When the Prime Minister speaks, if I don't have first-hand knowledge, I look at it and say, oh man, I can't believe this guy. This guy barely tell the truth. So most of the time I see him speak, that just went right above my head. I just dismiss it, and that is unfortunate. But you got to look on his track record and the patterns how he behave, and you just chalk it up, say, hey, I can't believe this guy, so I just dismiss him.
It goes even a little bit further than that. You want to make sure that they're not spitting the same type of rhetoric anymore. You want to hold them accountable for what they say and prove that what they're saying is not so it go. Once you just dismiss it, you give them opportunity to come back again. No, you're taking that away. You're going to expose the lie that you told, so that next time you come, you have to prove says the truth.
Yeah. But the other thing with that, they have, down there, most of the media and television station, down there, you don't really have much journalists. You just have like newsreader. They just read the propaganda straight.
They're afraid, Bim. They're afraid because they want to keep them little money.
Yeah, but at some point in life, you got to live for something instead of just.
Well, unless they can get their funding from somewhere else.
Yeah.
If I was in their position, it's hard for me to say, boy, you know, I'm going to report on this because come tomorrow, come next week, my job gone. But guess what? At some point in time, you're going to have to make a decision. So I'm looking for our journalists in Jamaica to start making decisions where they're looking at the people of Jamaica who are just like them versus the people of Jamaica that are putting a little thing in them hand. because the former outnumber the latter. Whereas the people of Jamaica really can't give our money like that. If you decide that you're going to be a journalist, you're a journalist for the people. Now, when you become a journalist for yourself, then, hey, if that is what floats your boat, then you do that. You're going to report on whatever is convenient to the people that is going to put something in your hand and give you a raise. But it is not true journalism.
Yeah.
So they are another set to be dealt with in some other kind of way.
Yeah. But on the other hand, everybody have a phone in their hand. So if you're interested and you're curious, you can bypass and that's what they're saying. You can go. There's other places you can look and find credible information.
And this is how some credible information gets out. But what? Those that have the power to create a different narrative and spread it on a larger platform will end up suppressing that which is true.
That's true.
But again, more of us hold on to the truth and demand when we ask the question, because we know the answer, and the answer come back matching, when we demand it, then they have to start think different.
You know, we had planned on doing the piece on the Prime Minister. It won't be too late. It will be timely because it will be just before the election. But most of you know how he's acted based on the documents released by the Integrity Commission and I believe the court. We were going to give you 20 reasons and we have a lot more, but we're going to get to that. But we only have a few more minutes. I just wanted to play a couple of quick videos for you. Here's one.
Only 100 Jamaican dollars per day per student. This school bus system, 100 routes, 258 schools, 328,000 students in the first phase. Within 2 years, we will be able to cover the 850 schools. 650,000 students will be able to go to school every morning in a safe, economic, efficient service. Big up yourself. Yeah. See that? September morning. Come in, schoolers. Come in.
And him can always tell you that because of these people.
Oh my God. And they're stupid.
Him can always tell you that, people, because this is how they feel about you. They're dumb, they're dark, and they're stupid. Make that sink in out.
They're dunce. Oh my God. And they're stupid.
There you go. And then here's another one. This is a gentleman. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, here we go.
Work for anything that I have had. I have said it before and I will say it again. I don't know what a gold spoon looks like. It has never been in my mouth. So Comrade Golden, when I hear Andrew, I say I'm never born with gold spoon in my mouth. That does not mean you should steal it. I have no inheritance or any endowment or any trust fund anywhere. That does not mean you should steal it.
All right, quickly, here's another one now.
I buy 2 taxi, then I open a taxi company, and I go through the struggles just like everybody else.
Folks, listen, we're going to leave you, but I just couldn't leave you without the pledge. And so I just want to thank Kevin. I want to thank Haile Michael Kojo. I want to thank BIM. And I want to thank all of you, listening audience, people in the chat, for joining us today for what we consider to be a very exciting, very significant chat. And I have to leave you. with this, people. Take care, walk good, be well.
I'm out. See you all in a minute on Reggae Global.
Take care, gentlemen. Have a good weekend.
All right.
As children, we learn the true meaning of being a hero. Being a hero requires great sacrifice for others, not just ourselves. We learned about the heroes of Jamaica's past and how much of themselves and their lives they had to give in building a nation we should be proud to call home. They believed in a Jamaica that was more than just a country, more than just an island, more than land surrounded by water. They believed in a dream of a free nation of people, a nation built on the foundation of their sacrifices, a nation of many people working as one, a nation that would continue to produce legends and nation builders that serve towards that vision. As children, we were also taught the national pledge, a solemn promise, an undertaking. I would like to believe Sir Hugh Sherlock, while writing this pledge, understood the vision and dreams of our heroes. It's clear being a hero is too much to ever ask any one citizen. Luckily, the pledge does not require heroics of any of us. It merely asks that we honor our heroes by striving to advance our nation and ultimately inspire the world, like they and many Jamaicans have done. It's important we remember those words. These words. Before God and all mankind, I pledge the love and loyalty of my heart, the wisdom and courage of my mind, the strength and vigor of my body in service of my fellow citizens. I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood, and peace, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. If you are like me, a Jamaican born and raised on this land, maybe you will remember saying those words, singing that song in a classroom or some general assembly. If so, like me, you made a pledge. Somehow it seems like many of us have forgotten that. The crime and violence, the indiscipline and short-sightedness, the corruption, the lack of respect for our beautiful lands we are blessed with, and the waters that surround and nurtures us. We have to do better. Let us honor our heroes so that they would not have sacrificed so much in vain. I hope this video can make a difference to even one soul. If so, it would all be worth it. If you feel the way I do, share it. May my voice become yours. Thanks for watching.